Chapter 1538. Although they were prepared to retreat from Secondary Path City, they were not retreating mindlessly. Qiguanrang knew this very well. They had to plan it slowly and act slowly. They had to let the enemy not notice and let their own soldiers know that retreat was not a rout, but a strategic arrangement. Because they were cautious enough, the Nia army did not suspect anything. What's the situation at the front? Wei Yong was always paying attention to the battle. Seeing the tragic situation, even he could not help but frown, leaving a mark between his brows. He had thought that attacking Zhanjiang Pass tonight would give them an advantage and convenience, but he did not expect the enemy to be so stubborn. If the two armies continued to be in a stalemate, the losses on both sides would multiply. The enemy is already showing signs of defeat. They will most likely not be able to hold on. The general's serious face finally showed some joy, and his tone became lighter. The resistance now is not as strong as at the beginning, and their morale is getting lower. They will be defeated sooner or later. Wei Yong pinched his brows and his tightly pursed lips almost became a straight line. Those who were not familiar with him knew that he was in a bad mood. The general asked him fearfully, "Military advisor, is there anything wrong?" Wei Yong said coldly, "Our army had the advantage of a sneak attack, and it took a long time for the enemy to show signs of defeat. What is there to be happy about?" After hearing this, the general was embarrassed. However, he was dark, and the night was dark, so others could not see it. "I was wrong." Wei Yong changed the topic. "Lu Shi is our strong enemy, so it is expected that he has such strength." How to show his strength? Naturally, it was to be stronger than a strong enemy. If Zhanjiang Pass was as weak as paper, the late Lord Nieliang would not have died in peace. The Nia army at the foot of the city persevered in setting up ladders on the city wall. The catapult constantly used burning fireballs to attack the enemy behind the wall, and at the same time, provided cover for the soldiers climbing the ladders. At the same time, the soldiers at the city gate also carried heavy battering rams against the city gate. Their cheeks were red, and they gritted their teeth. The veins on their foreheads were bulging, and their clothes were drenched in sweat. They shouted a battle cry and exerted force at the same time. Even though Zhanjiang Pass's gate was sturdy, it was now cracked. Seeing the crack, everyone was greatly encouraged, as if victory was right in front of them. They worked even harder. When the sound of the crack on the city gate expanding reached his ears, it was like the sound of nature. With a loud bang, the city gate was completely blasted open. Through the crack, everyone could see the rocks blocking the entrance of the city, and they were almost dumbfounded. It would take time to clear the rocks, and the number of soldiers climbing the ladders was limited, so they could not pose much of a threat. Qiguanrang gave the order to retreat to Erdeo City. With the obstruction of the city walls and the holes in the city, there were not many pursuers. Naturally, there were not many casualties. The general of the Nia army passed on the news to Wei Yong. Wei Yong's expression did not change, as if he had already expected this. "It doesn't matter. Let's clear the rocks and rest for a while before chasing after them." The general was dissatisfied. "Our army's morale is at its peak. At this time, we should completely defeat the enemy in one go." Wei Yong said coldly, "The city's tunnels have been completely sealed off by the enemy. May I ask how the general is going to dispatch a large number of elites and supplies to kill the enemy in such a short time?" He was afraid that he would be killed by the enemy as soon as he caught up. Sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Don't tell me that general doesn't even understand this common sense? For them to be able to pry open the gates of Zhanjiang Pass, didn't they rely on the support of military supplies and their advantage in numbers? In terms of the quality of their soldiers, they did not have an advantage. Using one's weakness to attack the enemy's strength, water must have gotten into their brains. But the general did not agree with Wei Yong's opinion. When Nieliang was still alive, he had not liked Wei Yong very much. He admitted that Wei Yong was outstanding. If he did not have any ability, Nieliang would not have thought so highly of him. However, there was a good saying, "Man proposes but God disposes." So what if this group of strategists had the ability to scheme and scheme? There was a large discrepancy between actual operations and theoretical assumptions. Marching and fighting a war could not be done by relying on armchair strategies. They had to take into account the changes on the battlefield and make targeted adjustments at the right time. Wei Yong was afraid of the slightest thing in battle. He felt angry just looking at him. Now he had even pushed away a great opportunity. What did he want? Thinking of this, the general felt even more depressed. Wei Yong was a strategist. It was enough that he was responsible for planning, but he was interfering with the general's work. Many of Nieliang's old officials felt that Wei Yong wanted to monopolize power and make the new Lord Niaqing a figurehead. The general did not think so at first, but seeing Wei Yong's current actions, he could not help but waver. He said, "The enemy has been routed and the army's morale is in chaos. This general thinks that we should follow up our victory and pursue them, not giving them any chance to breathe. The strategist thinks too much. Instead, he attends to one thing and loses sight of another, delaying the opportunity." When it comes to marching and fighting a war, this general boasts that he is not much worse than the strategist. Wei Yong could not help but sneer. He said, "General, do you think that the elites under Lu Shi's command will be routed so easily?" Nieliang had led the troops to feign an attack on Zhangjiang Pass. Although not all the elites had been dispatched, it had been a difficult battle. The previous lord had always taken the enemy seriously. After this battle, he was even more alert. That was a true elite force, not a grassroots team. They would not collapse after a single defeat. This person in front of him was too inexperienced. Did he really think that Jiang Pingji was an enemy that he had fought before? The general said angrily, "Strategist, don't diminish your own prestige and boost the morale of others." Wei Yong's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, "Does the general want to disobey military orders?" The general was also loyal to the Nie family, but he had his own thoughts. He disapproved of Wei Yong's actions. He said, "Strategist, don't forget that in terms of responsibilities, you are in charge of the civil, and I am in charge of the military. Although the strategist can intervene in the matter of deploying troops, it is not something that you can decide on your own." As a strategist, Wei Yong had a certain amount of military power, but when it came to truly haggling, he was still a civilian and could not suppress the other. If Fan Chen or the young master Niaqing were here, he naturally would not be afraid. If he was alone, it would be somewhat troublesome. If the general insists on doing so, I have nothing to say. I only have one thing to say. If we lead the troops to pursue and cause the battle to fail, will the general be willing to take responsibility? The general snorted and said heroically, "I will be punished according to military law. I will not have any resentment." With that, he flipped over and mounted his horse. Wei Yong looked at him with a headache. He could not deny the general's loyalty to the Nie family, but the two of them had different opinions. It was inevitable that the conflict would increase. Seeing this, the generals on Wei Yong's side were extremely worried. "Strategist, what should we do now? We can't really ask the general to walk into the enemy's trap, right?" The military strategist's talent was repeatedly affirmed by the previous Lord Nieliang. The enemy was also so cunning. It was definitely not wrong to be more cautious. Wei Yong said coldly, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we won't lose many people. Let him suffer." Chapter 1539. The deputy general could not bear it, but there was nothing he could do. Wei Yong said, "If we don't make him give up, there will be more conflicts in the future. It's better to take the opportunity to break his spirit and make him more clear-headed. But if that's the case, our army will definitely suffer losses." Wei Yong said coldly, "Do you think losing hundreds or thousands of people this time will teach him a lesson, or losing tens of thousands of the entire army next time?" The deputy general understood these principles, but Wei Yong's decisive and calm approach still made him feel uncomfortable. If only the late Lord Nieliang was still here, this kind of thing would not have happened. Although everyone had conflicts, they did not dare to bring their personal grievances to the surface. Now that the situation was like this, they wondered if the late lord would be angry if he knew. Most likely he would. When the late lord was still here, when was the military advisor Wei Yong ever questioned like this and even used his power to oppress others? The deputy general said, What if the general still stubbornly refuses to repent and instead holds a grudge against the military advisor? Wei Yong said, although that person is bossy and willful, he is not an unreasonable person. Give him a lesson, and he will listen to you. Some people were just stubborn. If they did not throw the truth in the other party's face, they would stubbornly walk a dark path to the end. Reality proved that some people needed to be taught a lesson. They would only know that they were wrong when they were slapped in the face. Although Qiguanrang and the others had retreated, there were no signs of defeat. Their retreat was also orderly. Whether it was advancing or retreating, they were at ease. The general sent troops to chase after them. They ate as many as they sent. They killed thousands of enemies one after another, and the army's morale was greatly boosted. TSK, I heard Zixiao say that Wei Yong was a very cautious person and would not easily take the bait. Why is he so reckless now? Qiguanrang knew that Wei Yong would not immediately send troops to chase after them, so he was very relaxed when he retreated. He never expected that he would miscalculate. If not for the fact that the city entrance was still blocked, the enemy could only climb the ladder to the city wall. How could there be so few enemies chasing after them? Wei Yong underestimated us. He dared to chase after us with so few pursuers. Did he really think that our army would be defeated so badly after retreating? If the army completely lost the will to fight, thousands of pursuers could indeed kill them. For example, his lord had fought in front of the battlefield and became famous in one battle. The arrival of the miracle had shocked the enemy and destroyed their remaining fighting spirit. This kind of enemy was either so stupid that they didn't even dare to run, or they only cared about running and didn't know how to resist. Thieves were easy to kill. However, when Qiguanrang examined himself, he did not think that he met the above criteria. Counselor, maybe he's just being careless. The young general who was guarding Qiguanrang interrupted with a smile. Qiguanrang frowned slightly. It's not to the extent of being careless. Do you think our military counselor Wei Zixiao will get carried away and become careless? As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Wei Xi valued his eldest brother Wei Qiu so much. The latter must have something special about him, and would not make mistakes easily, let alone such a low-level mistake. Qiguanrang was more inclined to the other theory than being careless. Their old lord, Nie Liang, has passed away, and the new lord, Nie Qing, has returned to Zhongzhou. Without a leader at the front line, I'm afraid. The young general asked curiously. Afraid of what? Qiguanrang smiled and said, I'm afraid that someone has a disagreement with Wei Qiu and is in conflict. The young general said, I heard that Wei Qiu's position in the Nia army is not low and he has military power in his hands. Who can overpower him? Qiguanrang said, Why not? Wei Qiu has military power, but he doesn't have a monopoly. The young general said proudly, These things will not happen in the Lord's hands. The Lord has a strong temperament and acts fairly. It is indeed not easy to happen, but nothing is absolute. Qiguanrang knew very well that it was not that there were no conflicts in his lord's camp, but that she did not bring them to the surface. If there were conflicts of interests and standpoints in the future, they would probably fight more fiercely than he imagined. If the Lord did not reveal everything to him, he was afraid that he would always be on guard against Wei Xi, and only plan to get rid of him when necessary. So what if Wei Xi was the Lord's man? When it came to politics, this identity would only hasten Wei Xi's death. Qiguanrang would not be merciful just because Wei Xi was the Lord's man. At most, he would let Wei Xi die with dignity and leave his corpse intact. The young general asked curiously, Is there a conflict? This general's eyesight is poor, so I did not notice that the generals and the military counselor are getting along very well. Qiguanrang was speechless. How did the conflict disappear? The conflict between the gentry and the poor was a conflict that could not be ignored. There were not many gentry in the Lord's camp, but it was not that there were none. When the world was slightly more stable and there were many things waiting to be done, it was inevitable that the gentry would be put to good use. Who asked the gentry to have so many gentry? The foundation of the poor was still too shallow. In the beginning, they could still fight evenly with the gentry by relying on their achievements in founding the country. As time went on, The disadvantage of the poor with a shallow foundation became more obvious. They would either be assimilated by the gentry and become a new gentry, or they would fall and never have a chance to make a comeback. For the gentry to survive for so many years, their means of survival were not comparable to those of the poor. He was deep in thought. The young general smiled and said, "The Lord is so wise. Even if there is a conflict, she will nip it in the bud." Qiguanrang could not help but laugh. His Lord was really deified. Yes, the Lord is the child of providence. There is nothing she can't do. Wei Xi's brainwashing was really scary. A good seedling had been brainwashed into a brainless fanboy. General Niejun caught up and found that the enemy had retreated calmly and did not look as pathetic as he had imagined. His face immediately burned. Not only was he ashamed, but he was also angry at being played by the enemy. "You brats, such despicable behavior is really infuriating." The general was a person who cared about his reputation. He had just dissed Wei Yong without thinking, and now he was slapped in the face by the enemy. When Wei Yong caught up with the soldiers, he did not dare to look at the other party's face. Fortunately, Wei Yong was magnanimous and did not deliberately use this to humiliate him. The two of them tacitly brushed this matter aside. Wei Yong said, "Retreat 1 kilometer with the troops first. We will attack when the supplies are ready." The general subconsciously wanted to refute, but he had learned his lesson and did not want to be slapped in the face again in such a short time. "We will listen to the military counselor's arrangements." Many soldiers did not understand Wei Yong's decision to retreat 2 kilometers. They had won a small battle. Why should they give up the fat meat in their mouths and choose to retreat? This was a classic case of information stagnation. The people below did not understand the orders of their superiors. Some would blindly follow, but there were also people who were confused and even misunderstood. Why are they retreating? Retreating to Erdeo City, they could not help but feel puzzled when they saw the enemy retreat. Qiguanrang smiled and said, "Of course they have to retreat. Why don't we wait for our army to send out troops?" The enemy's supplies did not keep up. At this time, they had to retreat and stabilize the situation. If they continued to wait, they would capsize. Old Master Sun Wen's face was cold as he asked Qiguanrang, "Is it possible now?" Chapter 1540. There was also a need to pay attention to the timing of the attack. If it was too early, it would not be enough, and if it was too late, it would be easy to lose the best opportunity. Qiguanrang was experienced and could control the timing, not to mention that he had Wei Xi and Old Man Sun Wen by his side. Be vigilant, the enemy is most likely going to attack. Wei Yong's face was solemn. "Counselor, you said they will attack now?" The general was shocked at first, but he quickly understood. He grasped the weapon in his hand tightly and said in a thunderous voice, "Counselor, don't worry. If they dare to attack, we will make sure that they do not return." Wei Yong said, "Of course they will attack. Otherwise, when our supplies are in place, they will not be able to defend themselves and their morale will collapse." A retreat could appease the soldiers and ensure that their morale would not be broken and their formation would not be disrupted. If there was another retreat, they would be in a passive position. Wei Yong had reason to believe that this was Qiguanrang's last chance to attack. As expected, there was movement in Erdeo City. Several city gates opened and soldiers poured out like a tide. The cavalry and chariots were at the forefront. They were extremely fast and closed the distance between them in no time. It looked like they were about to charge. Wei Yong ordered the archers to face the enemy and set up the barricade posts to obstruct the enemy cavalry's attack as much as possible. Then he ordered the archers to attack with arrows. The cavalry had always been a headache for the feudal lords, not to mention that Jiang Pingji had both heavy and light cavalry. Both had their own strengths and were difficult to coordinate. The heavy cavalry collided and cut the formation while the light cavalry used their speed to outflank the enemy. It was an invincible combination. Although the barricade posts could cause some trouble for the cavalry, they were not fatal. Jiang Pingji's heavy cavalry used heavy horses. Both the men and horses were covered in heavy armor. The craftsmanship of the armor had been improved by her several times. There was almost no weakness on the armor. The joints were hidden and the armor was as thick as half a knuckle. Unless the enemy archers had superb archery skills and could aim at the eyes of the men or horses from a long distance, it was difficult to cause fatal damage to them. The armor was either bronze or refined iron. How could ordinary arrows break through such heavy defense? In Jiang Pingji's words, the heavy cavalry were a group of iron turtles. They had no other shortcomings except for their slow speed. When thousands of heavy cavalry charged together, they could even send the barricade posts flying. However, the heavy cavalry also had obvious weaknesses. Their durability was extremely poor, their endurance was worrying, and their speed was also slow. If he was entangled by the enemy, he would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. On the other hand, light cavalry sacrificed their defense in exchange for speed. They came and went like the wind, and their mobility was the best-known troop type. Wei Yong had investigated Jiang Pingji, so he naturally knew about the trump card troops under her command. Seeing that even the light and heavy cavalry had come out, he knew that Qiguan Rang and the others intended to have a showdown with him. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. He was in charge of dispatching and commanding, but the battlefield was ever-changing. Many times, it still depended on the performance of the commander. Seeing that the heavy cavalry was armed to the teeth, General Nye immediately changed tactics. Chop the horse's legs and poke the horse's eyes. The general was experienced in dealing with cavalrymen. Cavalrymen were scary, but as long as they couldn't charge or move after entering the formation, they wouldn't be much of a threat. Lasso, remember to aim at the arms and heads of the enemy cavalrymen. The heavy cavalry on horseback was terrifying, but those who were dragged off horseback were not so great. Wearing such heavy armor to fight, just the armor alone would consume most of their strength. Once the heavy cavalry fell off their horses, they would lose their advantage in speed and strength, making it even easier for them to die. Of course, this was a theoretical tactic. There was always a huge gap between actual operation and theoretical knowledge. The enemy heavy cavalry did not fight alone, but in groups. The heavy cavalry, together with their horses, weighed about 800 to 1,000 kilograms, while the Asian elephants weighed only 3 to 5 tons. The heavy cavalry launched an attack at the same time, ignoring the enemy's defensive posts and charging into the enemy's formation against the rain of arrows. How could a few dozen soldiers stop them? They crossed the defensive posts and charged into the crowd. The unlucky guy who bore the brunt of the impact had his sternum broken, his head split open, and he could not be more dead. The Zamadeo in the hands of the heavy cavalry was also specially made. The blade was wide, the handle was extremely long, and the blade was sharp. Chopping off a person's head was like cutting tofu. More than 1,000 heavy cavalry seemed to have barged into no man's land. They ignored the drizzle of obstacles along the way. The heavy cavalry's performance was so outstanding, the light cavalry was not willing to fall behind. The most annoying thing about cavalry, especially light cavalry, was that they would attack when they wanted to, but by the time you wanted to retaliate, they had already run far away. How could a two-legged person compare to a four-legged horse? Moreover, it was a fast-moving live target that was difficult to aim at. Archery was not so easy to practice. Those godly archers who could shoot with 100% accuracy could not be ordinary archers their entire lives. Most of the time, the role of an archer was to shoot arrows in the direction of the enemy and cause indiscriminate damage through a large area of arrow rain. If one arrow could not hit its target, then a few more would be shot. A blind cat could always find a dead mouse, and the arrows that were shot could also hit the enemy. Qiguan Rang sent the heavy cavalry to lead the attack, not to use them as cannon fodder to fight the enemy. They were the most valuable troops under the Lord's command. Men could eat, but horses could eat even more. Every qualified cavalry battalion soldier was built with money and rice. The main purpose of the cavalry going into battle was to use them to oppress the enemy in terms of momentum and force them into confusion. At the same time, it was to buy time for the follow-up troops, to make the enemy unable to stabilize their position, and delay the main force until the main force rushed over. However, they did not only have cavalry. The Nye family was even wealthier than Jiang Pingji. The scale of the cavalry that they trained was not small. Qiguan Rang saw that the enemy had stabilized their position and began to counterattack. He immediately ordered the cavalry to return to the formation to reduce losses as much as possible. The light cavalry stood guard and obstructed the enemy's pursuit. The heavy cavalry was responsible for covering the return of the formation. It would be heartbreaking to lose even a few of these gold ingots. Kill. Wei Yong saw the situation and his expression was extremely cold. At this point in the fierce battle, the sky slowly turned white. The two armies fought for a whole night, but both sides were in high spirits. As soon as the battle began, they were inseparable and fought to the death. The Nya army's morale was high because of a small victory. Jiang Pingji's troops were full of confidence. They killed until their eyes were red. At the same time, Jiang Pingji and the rest led the remaining troops to a draw with the troops led by Fan Chen. Fan Chen's troops were originally 2 times larger than theirs, but now they were tied by her. Puffed. Jiang Pingji spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a sinister smile. It was a really satisfying night of killing. In front of her were enemies and there were heads everywhere. Most importantly, no one could beat her in killing them. I haven't killed to my heart's content in a long time. Bai Ning was also old and seriously injured. After staying up all night, he showed signs of fatigue. Hearing his lord's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. If he counted the corpses on the battlefield, he was afraid that 1/3 of them had died in the hands of his lord. No one survived under the god-slaying sword. Those who were slashed by her would die. Every slash was aimed at the enemy's vital parts. Chapter 1541. Bai Ning lamented. Isn't it a nightmare to fight an entire army alone? In this battle, they suffered heavy losses at the beginning, but their subsequent losses were not significant. The enemy was the opposite of them. They had the upper hand in the early stages, but they were defeated by their own army in the middle and later stages. No matter how Fan Chen used violence to suppress the fluctuating morale of the army, the Nya army still collapsed. He had never expected that the person who had turned the situation around was actually his lord. She had relied on violent means to forcefully beat the arrogant enemy to the ground. Initially, the enemy outnumbered them, but the lord led the soldiers to cut down the numbers on both sides. There was actually such a thing in the world. Qin Gong muttered. An ordinary person's arm would be crippled after wielding a sword for a whole night. On the other hand, my lord is still full of energy. Bai Ning echoed. She's inhuman. At that moment, they even suspected that their lord was a deity who had descended to the mortal world to play with mortals like them. Little did they know that their lord, whom they praised to the heavens, was being lectured by the old chief, who had just returned to sleep. Jiang Pingji was extremely depressed. The old chief could go back to sleep happily, but she had been fighting and killing the enemy the whole night. Even if she didn't get any credit, she had worked hard. Couldn't the old leader be merciful and give her some face? You Abba. There's really something wrong with your mentality. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. The old chief was not only Jiang Pingji's former superior, but he had also guided and taught her. Even though she was very depressed, Jiang Pingji could only listen obediently on the surface. She yawned as she listened. You Abba. Do you really think you've completed the mission given by the Federation by killing the Sky Brain? Can you just retire after accomplishing your mission? Jiang Pingji felt a headache when she heard that. She said, What exactly are you referring to, old chief? My mentality is very normal. She really didn't know what was wrong with her, but bystanders could see things clearly. Perhaps the old chief really saw something, so she listened attentively. You Abba. You've long suspected that there was something wrong, but why did you still fall into the enemy's ambush? Jiang Pingji sneered. Didn't the old chief say that if you pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger for too long, you'll be assimilated? Remember not to make the same mistake next time. After she said that, the old chief was silent for a long time. After a while, he sent a long message to Jiang Pingji. Your Abba. That's part of the reason, but isn't the other reason that you're in a hurry? Jiang Pingji frowned slightly. What did she mean by anxious for quick results? She looked very anxious. Old chief, you're wrong to say that. When have I ever been impatient for success? If I was really in a hurry, I would have pestered you to mail me mecha, battleships, or other firearms. It's not easy to dominate the world. Let's take a step back and say that I can use my own abilities if things don't work out, but I don't have any. How can you say that I'm anxious for quick results? Jiang Pingji felt wronged. The old chief's accusation was groundless. Your Abba, you said no? Aren't you in a hurry to attack the city and settle the matter in front of you, so that you can return to the Federation? For the sake of this goal, your mentality has changed. You are far less serious than before. To put it bluntly, you have even lost the basic respect for life. You knew that something was wrong. You knew that the spiritual realm could help you investigate the enemy's situation and avoid harm. But you never thought about this. Rather than saying that you were assimilated and forgot about this ability, it's more accurate to say that you subconsciously did not intend to use it. The more Jiang Pingji listened, the more she frowned. To outsiders, she looked like she was wiping the blood off the god-slaying sword. Old chief, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Your Abba. Are the lives of the soldiers under your command important to you? She was a genetic warrior. The education she received from a young age was to sacrifice everything for the overall situation, including her own life. Jiang Pingji could even sacrifice her own life. What else could she not give up? In order to achieve her goal, it was normal to sacrifice the lives of the soldiers under her command. However, Jiang Pingji said, "Of course it's important." Your Abba. Did you really not know that the enemy had set up an ambush, or did you take the bait even though you knew there was an ambush? Jiang Pingji's lips curled into a cold smile. What's the difference? Your Abba. Whether it's an ambush or not, you have to take the bait. Therefore, of course, you don't need to use your spiritual realm to investigate the enemy. You don't need to. Isn't it to prevent yourself from knowing the truth and alerting the enemy? You used yourself and the soldiers under your command as bait to lure the enemy. Aren't you afraid that you'll capsize if you're careless? In your plan, how many people do you plan to sacrifice to achieve this? Jiang Pingji blinked and smiled. I don't understand what you mean, old chief. Your Abba. You want to wipe out the Nye family's troops, don't you? Jiang Pingji said. I've stayed here long enough. Isn't it better to get rid of the Nye family and end the war as soon as possible? Your Abba. You finally admit it. Jiang Pingji did not comment. Not only was Wei Yong plotting against her, but she was also playing along. If Wei Yong's retreat was true, it would be best. The troops sent out could ambush the Nye camp. It would be considered a victory. If Wei Yong's retreat was a trap, what could it be? Jiang Pingji put herself in Wei Yong's shoes and roughly guessed the enemy's plan. It was no exception. They would set up an ambush to kill the troops that ambushed the Nye camp. What's more, they would arrange for an ambush to ambush Zhanjiang Pass. If they ambushed Zhanjiang Pass, Wei Yong would definitely go all out and send out all his troops. Jiang Pingji weighed the two options. Her brows had never relaxed. In the end, she decided to beat them at their own game. Regardless of whether the enemy was acting or not, she would find out after a while. She did not use her spiritual realm to investigate. Just as the old chief said, she did not think of it. Secondly, she did not plan to use it. Whether it was the enemy's scheme or not, it was all within her calculations. Except for a few people, Qin Gong and Bai Ning did not know about this plan. A secret was a secret because few people knew about it. The fewer people who knew about it, the smaller the loopholes. She could protect the lives of the two of them, but she could not guarantee the survival of the other soldiers. The old chief was angry and reprimanded her, mostly because of this. In order to achieve her goal, Jiang Pingji pushed the soldiers who did not know about it to their deaths. Old chief, I've never been a good person. The rule of genetic warriors is to achieve their goals by hook or by crook. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Jiang Pingji said calmly. On the whole, the Nye family has been destroyed. Our army's overall losses are smaller. If the Nye family was allowed to jump around, the two armies would fight one battle after another. The accumulated losses would be too great. It was better to gather the troops and set up a dead end for them. They would suffer a heavy setback and suffer a great loss. Even though, this plan would sacrifice some innocent soldiers. Your Abba. If it were the federal soldiers, would you sacrifice them without hesitation? Chapter 1542. My lord, the enemy has fled. Should we chase after them or rescue Zhanjiang Pass? Qin Gong wiped the blood off his face and revealed a carefree expression. The battle tonight was really satisfying. Jiang Pingji looked at Zhanjiang Pass from afar. Her eyes were as deep and dark as a deep pool, containing a coldness that outsiders could not perceive. Capture the remaining soldiers. The battle at Zhanjiang Pass is probably over. Qin Gong was stunned. He did not seem to understand what Jiang Pingji meant. What did she mean by the battle at Zhanjiang Pass is probably over? Would our army or the enemy be victorious? He had looked in the direction of Zhanjiang Pass earlier. The flames there soared into the sky and dyed the pitch-black sky red. It was obvious how intense the battle was. If the enemy came out in full force, Zhanjiang Pass would most likely be routed thousands of miles away when it was undefended. However, his lord looked as if she had a well-thought-out plan. Could it be that there was something else going on? Jiang Pingji interrupted his speculation. Why are you in a daze? Qin Gong said. I'm just curious. If the enemy comes out in full force, it seems impossible to defend Zhanjiang Pass. Jiang Pingji said. Why not? Do you know what it means to wait for a hare by a stump and catch a turtle in a jar? Qin Gong said. Although I'm not as knowledgeable as you, I understand the meaning of the words. My lord, do you mean that the Nya army failed to sneak attack Zhanjiang Pass, and instead fell into our army's counterattack? That's not right. Our troops are all guarding the pass. How can we have extra troops to carry out an ambush? You're half right, Jiang Pingji said. Besides, who told you that the remaining troops of our army are guarding the pass? If one was attentive, he or she would probably discover a very strange thing. The troops that Jiang Pingji brought to guard the pass were about tens of thousands of troops of the Nya army. Tonight, the troops that attacked Jiang Pingji were twice as many as hers. The troops guarding Zhanjiang Pass were also much fewer than the Nya army. So the question was, where did the troops that had disappeared under Jiang Pingji's command go? Qin Gong did not turn around for a while. Jiang Pingji's indifferent face revealed a slight smile. At that moment, she saw the old chief send her a message from the corner of her eye. Your Abba. I can't comment on whether your behavior is right or wrong. I just hope that you can stay true to yourself. Also, there's something I forgot to tell you. It's because your genes awaken much earlier than I expected. There was a flaw in the ancestral atavism gene of the Jiang clan's ancestor. To be more specific, it would affect one's temperament, causing one to be easily angered and unable to control the killing intent and dark emotions in one's heart. Jiang Pingji said. Does the old chief think that my decision to sacrifice the troops and horses was influenced by the awakening? Your Abba. No, I'm reminding you not to let the sky brain take advantage of me. I don't want to kill my successor with my own hands. Jiang Pingji frowned slightly. The old chief's words had a deeper meaning. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. How could I be bewitched by him? Your Abba. Nothing is absolute. The Jiangs were so prosperous hundreds of years ago. They had so many talents in the family, but they were still killed. No matter how capable Jiang Pingji was, could she be stronger than those geniuses? Even other people had fallen into the trap of the sky's brain, let alone Jiang Pingji, who was just a little girl in her early 50s. Jiang Pingji rubbed the space between her eyebrows and promised, I'll be careful. Your Abba. You don't have to worry too much about the sequelae of the awakening of the ancient bloodline. Your mind is very stable. You won't be as unlucky as your ancestors. Your current task is to manage your lousy farm well. You've been here for 10 years. Do you still have 3 to 5 years left? Jiang Pingji smiled bitterly to herself. The old chief said it lightly, but she wasn't herself. Jiang Pingji had been in this backward and ignorant era for too long. She originally thought that she would not be able to return to the Federation, so she gave up and managed everything she had. Unexpectedly, the old chief appeared and told her that it was probably a trap set against the sky's brain. At the same time, he tested her to see if she had the qualifications to become a marshal. Jiang Pingji could return to her own era. Why would she waste time and energy in an unfamiliar place? As time went by, such thoughts became clearer and clearer. It affected her mentality more or less. However, No matter what, she did not regret the plan this time. If there was anything she regretted, it was probably that she regretted hiding it from Qin Gong, Bai Ning, and the troops. They unknowingly stepped into the enemy's trap and caused additional casualties. She did not regret anything else. It was fine as long as she had a clear conscience. If she was given another chance, she would do the same thing again. She did not regret sacrificing a small number of people for the sake of overall victory. Jiang Pingji suddenly missed the fruit candy that she loved to eat when she was young. She wanted to return to the Federation, even if it was a place full of danger. 3 to 5 years? Does the old chief mean that when the world is unified, you plan to come and help me share this mess? You Abba. I didn't say anything. Jiang Pengji smiled and teased. Old chief, call me Anyang in advance. You Abba. Get lost. Jiang Pengji scratched her head. A huge stone was lifted from her heart. She was really worried that she would waste the rest of her life in this world. If the old chief came to take over, she would not even need to give birth to an heir. Saves trouble. Jiang Pingji sighed with emotion. Qin Gong asked in surprise. What do you mean saves trouble, my lord? Jiang Pingji said. What do you mean by saves trouble in the future? I don't even need to teach her. If she can crawl, I can be exploited as a child laborer. Qin Gong suddenly widened his eyes. He could not help but glance at Jiang Pingji's lower abdomen. My lord has a young master? Then why did she kill so fiercely before? My lord, should I call for a military doctor to take a look at you? Young master, the baby that the military counselors have been looking forward to for almost 10 years is finally coming? Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. What are you looking at? I'm fine. I'll clear the thoughts out of your head. Did he really think that she could not see what was going on in his head? At the same time, the situation at Zhanjiang Pass was progressing as Jiang Pingji had expected. Qiguan Rang seized the opportunity to send troops to attack and disrupt the Nia army's formation. The two armies were in a chaotic battle. War cries could be heard everywhere. From time to time, the screams of soldiers who were hit by the fireballs from the catapults could be heard. Qiguan Rang's cold eyes stared at the back of the Nia army, as if he was waiting for something. Reporting military counselor. The orderly was covered in blood. A large piece of skin on his forehead had been sliced off by the enemy's sharp weapon. He looked extremely terrifying, but he seemed to be unaware of it. He reported the changes on the battlefield clearly. The enemy's attack is swift and violent. I'm afraid our army will be defeated. Fear was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. The defending troops at Zhanjiang Pass had been defeated by the enemy on the battlefield. They might not be able to make a comeback. Qiguan Rang looked up at the horizon and said, It's time. Someone send the signal. The guard who had been following Qiguan Rang stepped out and said, Yes, sir. As he finished speaking, he took out a thick and strange bamboo tube from his waist and carefully lit it to light the fire. Squeak, a sharp whistling sound was heard. The bamboo tube shot out a beam of red light. It rose to the highest point and suddenly exploded. Qiguan Rang looked at the Nia family who were fighting fiercely under Erdeo City and suddenly smiled coldly. Chapter 1543. The sounds of killing covered the sharp whistling of the fireworks. However, when it bloomed, it still attracted the gazes of many people. Wei Yong was one of them. Looking at the dazzling red fireworks, an ominous feeling filled his heart. Guangshan, we will win, right? Wei Yong looked at the fireworks disappearing into the horizon and muttered. Apart from himself, no one else heard him. Despite having an ominous feeling, Wei Yong did not give the order to retreat or do anything else. What a joke. At this moment, the two armies were in a stalemate, and it was impossible for them to back down. Whoever showed signs of weakness would lose. Wei Yong suppressed the worry in his heart. He stared at the changes in the battle while ordering the soldiers to be on high alert to prevent any possible sneak attacks. Unfortunately, Wei Yong did not know that there was a psychological thing called the Murphy effect. The more one did not want something to happen, the more likely it would happen. In less than a quarter of an hour, a blood-soaked messenger suddenly rushed over and shouted at the top of his lungs, reporting. Wei Yong's heart beat even faster. He asked, What's the matter? The soldier said. Tens of thousands of enemy troops suddenly appeared behind us. Behind us? Wei Yong's heart beat even faster. He turned his head to look in the direction of Zhanjiang Pass that they had broken through not long ago. A large number of enemy troops had indeed appeared there, and were sneak attacking the weakly defended rear. The enemy's attacks were swift and fierce in front, and there were jackals staring at them from behind. The Nia army was actually surrounded. There were only a few exits in Zhanjiang Pass. In other words, the Nia army had no way to retreat. The enemy's appearance was quite clever. Not only did they attack from the front and back, they also used violence to break up the Nia army's formation, causing the army to fall into chaos. Seeing this, Wei Yong could not help but clench his fists until his knuckles turned white. He clenched his teeth and trembled because of his intense emotions. The Nia army focused on attacking the enemy in front of him. As the two armies were in a stalemate, he did not suspect that the enemy had the strength to split up and ambush them. Who would have thought that the enemy would be so ruthless and patient? Not revealing this trump card even when Zhanjiang Pass was about to be breached. Instead, they had to lure the Nia army into Zhanjiang Pass, and only use this trump card after the two armies fought? Wei Yong was thoroughly convinced by his forbearance. Even though they were pincered by the enemy and the Nia army was in disarray, Wei Yong did not give up. He tried to lead the troops to break out of the encirclement, but Qiguan Rang and the others were determined to keep the Nia army here, not giving them a way out. This slaughter continued from dawn till dusk. Only then did it stop. After a fierce battle, nearly 200,000 Nia soldiers were defeated. In the end, only 20 to 30,000 of them managed to escape. The remaining soldiers were unlucky. When they retreated, they bumped into Jiang Pingji, who was leading the troops back. Once again, they were ruthlessly attacked. When Jiang Pingji returned with her troops, the 5 million idlers in the streaming room were still laughing, but they soon stopped laughing. Zhanjiang Pass was covered in blood. The originally majestic city walls were now full of holes. Every inch of the walls was soaked in the blood of both sides. Jiang Pingji acted as if she didn't see any of this. She rode her horse through the city entrance and entered Zhanjiang Pass. Drip, drip. The salted fishes were shocked to find that there was scarlet blood in the potholes on the ground. Big White's hooves would always splash blood when they stepped into the shallow potholes. Tutu Feiqiu. Streamer, was it raining last night? Kazijio Qifan. It doesn't look like it was raining. The salted fishes spoke cautiously. Some of the more sensitive ones found that there was something wrong with the streamer that day. This kind of abnormality made them explode with a desire to live from heaven. All of them kept quiet out of fear. For example, it was probably low air pressure. Just looking at her made one feel a sense of heaviness. It made one's heart feel stuffy, and even breathing felt laborious. Gui Kai Guo Fengxiu. How is it raining? It's obviously blood. What happened at Zhanjiang Pass last night? Why is there so much blood? Did the Nia army sneak attack again? Streamer, you're not being honest. You should have started streaming last night. It's a pity that you missed it. The salted fishes complained. This was not the first time that Jiang Pingji had secretly eaten alone. In the past, many important battles happened in the middle of the night, but she was unwilling to start streaming. This caused many of the salted fishes to wake up the next day to find that they had slept and the world had turned upside down. Jiang Pingji held the god-slaying sword tightly and closed her eyes slightly. She ignored the salted fishes' comments. Further ahead, the salted fishes saw many soldiers moving corpses and cleaning up the battlefield. The broken limbs and wreckage stimulated their eyes. Everywhere they looked was a scene of devastation. Corpses covered the place as far as their eyes could see. They died in different ways. Some of the corpses were still on fire. Even if the salted fishes were used to seeing storms and waves, they could not bear it at that moment. Some even turned their heads and vomited. Bai Ning rode behind her. His dry eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at the corpses and suddenly felt a little emotional. This battle, I don't know if it's a great victory or a Pyrrhic victory. It was obvious that the enemy had sacrificed more soldiers and horses. It could almost be considered a total annihilation, but they had lost 40,000 to 50,000 soldiers. Jiang Pingji looked indifferent and said, Whether it's a great victory or a Pyrrhic victory, it's still a victory. Bai Ning smiled bitterly and said, My lord is right. I'm just feeling emotional. In this chaotic world. How many times will this scene repeat? His injuries were more serious. After emergency treatment by the military doctor, he was not in much danger, but he still needed to recuperate for a month or two. Although he could still ride the horse steadily, in fact, he was forcing himself to hold on. He was not made of iron. He had been fighting for more than 24 hours without sleep and rest. He was also injured and lost blood. An ordinary person would not have been able to hold on. His lord could not be considered a person at all. How is Fengjing? Jiang Pingji asked. Bai Ning smiled and said, Young people nowadays are not as good at enduring hardships as my generation. Fengjing was injured so badly that he was lying on the ground. The military doctor reported that the situation was not serious, but the injury was very serious. He needs to rest for 2 months. The wound needs to be taken care of. Otherwise it will fester. Jiang Pingji said, squatting in the camp for 2 months is better than losing his life on the battlefield. Bai Ning listened to her, and felt a little uncomfortable. He and Qin Gong were not fools. Some things they did not realize at the time, but after the war stopped and they thought about it, they could figure it out. They could not guess the details of the whole layout, but they knew the general direction. If they guessed correctly, the Lord and their 30,000 soldiers were the bait thrown out. Understanding this, Bai Ning did not know what to say. At the same time, he was not in a position to say anything. As the Lord, she had gambled her life. What was Bai Ning and the others? Not to mention that they had survived. Even if they lost their lives, it was a profitable trade to exchange 50,000 soldiers for 200,000 soldiers of the enemy. Bai Ning sighed secretly. Suddenly he spat and scolded in his heart. This messy world. Chapter 1544. Seeing his lord return, Qiguan Rang still felt uneasy. Seeing Jiang Pingji alive and well, he heaved a sigh of relief. Qiguan Rang initially suggested Qin Gong and Bai Ning to lead the troops and inform them of the plan in private. However, his lord refused and insisted on leading the troops herself. When he asked for the reason, she remained silent. Qiguan Rang felt that it was both a blessing and a pain to have such a lord. It was a blessing to have such a tacit understanding with his lord, but he was always on the verge of death. It was painful to spread his wings. How's the battle situation? Jiang Pingji got off the horse's back and raised her hand to stroke White's mane. It rubbed against her hand intimately, panting heavily. White was a top-notch warhorse, but it wasn't made of iron. It had fought for so long with Jiang Pingji on its back and exhausted its strength. Qiguan Rang roughly explained the situation. The overall data was not too different from the battle report Jiang Pingji had received. Apart from a small group of defeated soldiers who fled, the rest were either dead or captured. The casualties were extremely heavy. Qiguan Rang said, After this battle, the Nie family will never have a chance to rise again. The opportunity for our army to conquer Zhongzhou is right in front of us. Including the troops and horses lost while Nie Liang was still alive, the Nie family had lost 260,000 troops when they attacked Zhanjiang Pass. These troops were the Nie family's assets. Losing them all at once, the Nie family didn't even have their underpants left. There were many feudal lords in Zhongzhou, but only Nie Liang had the ability to fight against Jiang Pingji, who knew that Nie Liang would die early, followed by repeated defeats. In the last battle, they lost their underpants. In other words, it was only a matter of time before they conquered Zhongzhou. At the thought of his lord extending her hand to the big cake that was Zhongzhou, Qiguan Rang trembled with excitement. Zhongzhou. Jiang Pingji raised her hand to rub her forehead, but her palm touched the dried blood clot. She froze for a moment and put her hand down without a trace. She said tiredly, Let's put the matter of Zhongzhou aside for a while. Let the soldiers rest and conserve their energy. Qiguan Rang looked at her carefully and noticed that her eyes were bloodshot. Her eyes were also a little red. It seemed that she was really tired. If that's the case, then we'll follow the Lord's wishes and take a break for now. Let Zhongzhou fight among itself for a while. The corners of Jiang Pingji's lips curled up reluctantly. Oh yes, there's a captive. Does my lord want to see him? Qi Guanrang asked. Isn't my lord curious about why Zixiao isn't here? Jiang Pingji said. That captive is related to Zixiao? Could it be his eldest brother, Wei Qiu? Qi Guanrang smiled and said, My lord is still as powerful as ever. You guessed correctly in one go. It is indeed Wei Qiu. Jiang Pingji tightened her grip on the reins and suddenly thought of something. She said coldly, We'll see tomorrow. I'm really tired today. Qi Guanrang seemed to understand something. He sighed and said, Yes. The two of them didn't say it clearly, but they understood each other's meaning. It was impossible for Jiang Pingji to recruit Wei Dan. It was not that she was not charming enough, but Wei Dan was bound to Nie Liang. He could only be destroyed and not transferred. She said that she did not want to see Wei Dan, but she wanted to set aside a night for Wei Ci and Wei Dan to have a good time together. What would happen tomorrow, whether Wei Yao lived or died, depended on what Wei Yao thought. Jiang Pingji hurriedly said a few words and turned off the live stream. She went to a nearby well to fetch a bucket of water. She looked indifferent when she found that the water in the well was also red. She suddenly lost the thought of washing up. Qi Guanrang was attentive. He sent a soldier to fetch a bucket of water from a place a mile or two away for her. Jiang Pingji did not ask someone to boil the water. She directly washed the bloodstains on her body with cold water. Her swollen mind became much clearer. You Abba. Your eyes, Jiang Pingji said coldly. What? You Abba. I originally thought that the sequelae of the awakening would not affect you much. It seems that I guessed wrong. Jiang Pingji used the water as a mirror to look at her eyes. She found that her eyes, which were originally light brown and slightly black, had a tinge of red. It's okay. I'll just say that I'm jealous. Jiang Pingji was very open-minded. You Abba. Remember to control your emotions. The ancestral genes of the Jiang family are very violent. You have to keep a clear mind. I know. I don't need you to remind me again. Jiang Pingji used a dry towel to wipe her wet hair, and suddenly asked a question. I remember the old chief said that he would leave the Federation a long time ago. Why are you so clear about the Federation's plans? You Abba. I've been the chief of the army for more than 100 years. I've seen more classified files than you. Jiang Pingji laughed. Is the old chief in love? You Abba. What? That's a big jump. Jiang Pingji said, the 7th Army is the first vanguard. When necessary, they will sacrifice a small part of their interests. That's what you taught me. But you said those words to me yesterday. I'm a little surprised. Is the old chief in love and becoming a little woman? His heart has softened? You Abba. Tisk Jiang Xiaojiu has grown bolder. He even dares to tease me. You Abba. When in a position, one has to take care of politics. When not in a position, one doesn't take care of politics. It's normal for one's mentality to change. I'm being too harsh. Jiang Pingji was silent after reading it. That night, she copied the heart-cleansing incantation. Wei Ci had taught her that. When she was upset, copying it would help calm her mind. At the same time, the atmosphere at the Wei brothers' side was very tense. Wei Ci could be said to have been brought up by Wei Dan. When he was young, Wei Dan was also the one who taught him step by step. In Wei Ci's heart, Wei Dan was like a brother and a father. He was more like a father than a father. In their previous lives, the two brothers did not have the opportunity to confront each other at the front lines. Now that it had been realized, the situation was like this in the end. Why? Eldest brother refused to retreat at the front lines? Wei Dan was considered a core member of the Nie family. If they wanted to retreat, he would definitely be the target of everyone's protection. But in the end he was captured. Rather than saying that he was unlucky, it was better to say that Wei Dan had no intention of escaping back. If you were me, would you have the face to go back? Wei Dan asked him. Wei Ci was speechless. Wei Dan said, Zixiao has been smart and quick-witted since he was young. I don't think you're here to persuade him to surrender. He used a declarative sentence and his tone was firm. Wei Ci said, You and I haven't met for many years. We only met briefly in front of Guangshan's tomb. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a good reunion? He understood his eldest brother's temperament. It would be useless to persuade him. The other party's position and choice could not be changed with just a few words. Wei Dan said, "Sure." Most of the candles on the table were burnt. Wei Dan suddenly asked Wei Xi, "Do you still hate father?" Wei Xi's childhood was extremely unfortunate because of his horoscope and the death of his birth mother. This was also partly due to his father's neglect. Wei Xi avoided the topic and said vaguely, "Those things are already in the past." Wei Dan said, "Although there are many sons in the family, there are few who can stand. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of everything in the family." Wei Xi's hand paused and he said softly, "I won't let outsiders bully them. I'll take good care of them." Of course, that was all. Chapter 1545. After all, they were blood brothers. Even though they had been separated for many years, Wei Yong still understood his younger brother very well. He could read between the lines. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Wei Yong looked very haggard. His usually neatly groomed hair was now gray, and his face was full of exhaustion. Wei Xi could not help but say, "Even so, what I can do is limited. If I overstep my boundaries, I'm afraid it's beyond my power." Wei Yong understood what his brother was referring to and laughed in spite of himself. "All these years, you haven't received much kindness from the clan. It's truly not easy for you to still care about your family and be willing to help them. I'm not a thick-skinned person, so why would I ask you to do anything?" What happened back then had indeed hurt Wei Xi too much. Because of his 8 characters, everyone pinned the crime of causing his birth mother's death on the newly born Wei Xi. Because of this, his father also developed a dislike for him. Wei Xi only slowly let go of this disgust when he was 11 or 12 years old, but it was too late by then. Due to his father's indifference and his relatives' cold treatment, Wei Xi's childhood could not be said to be easy. How much did everyone ignore him? When Wei Yong returned from his study trip, he found that his younger brother, who should have been enlightened for 2 years, could not even read a word. It was clear that no one remembered his enlightenment. He specifically went to look for his father and told him about this. Only then did his father realize in hindsight that he had hired a mediocre teacher for Wei Xi. Wei Dan couldn't bear to see his talented younger brother being trampled upon, so he had no choice but to do it himself. During the day, he learned the basics from the teacher, and at night he would come back and give special attention. However, Wei Dan was also a young man with limited energy and talent. In the end, he sent his younger brother to the private school opened by Master Yuan Jing. Looking back at Wei Xi's childhood, delaying his enlightenment by 2 years was considered a small matter. The most serious time was when his life was threatened. Because the servants did not serve him well, Wei Xi caught a cold. He had a high fever for 2 days before it was discovered. Everyone thought that it was a normal fever, and the doctor they invited was only mediocre. When Wei Dan returned to the mansion, he found that his younger brother was about to go crazy from the fever. He hurriedly sent him to Xinglin Divine Hands to save his life. Knowing these matters of the past, Wei Yong had no way of asking his younger brother to do anything for the clan. Moreover, Wei Xi was a man of his word. Since he had promised to take care of his family, he would definitely do it. Elder brother, Wei Xi looked at Wei Dan and could not speak for a long time, as if something was stuck in his throat. Wei Dan understood his younger brother, but how could Wei Xi not understand his elder brother? Whether it was his previous life or this life, Wei Xi's temperament had not changed much. In his previous life, he had died of depression because of the early death of his best friend. In this life, he was afraid. Thinking of this, Wei Xi felt as if thousands of words were stuck in his throat. He felt powerless and could not even say the last sentence. Wei Yong was very open-minded. He said, "Are you trying to persuade me to drag out an ignoble existence?" He didn't even address himself as brother anymore. Under the candlelight, there was a hint of melancholy between his brows. Wei Xi's hands, which were on his knees, clenched the hem of his clothes tightly. He said with difficulty, "Why don't you think about sister-in-law, nephews and nieces?" Although he didn't like using kinship to kidnap his elder brother, if he could keep him alive. Even if he had to stay alive, Wei Yong's gaze was gentle as she sighed inwardly. You should understand my choice. Wei Yong's expression did not change, but there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. For your sister-in-law, write a letter on behalf of me to let her go. Let her find a good man to marry again. In my situation, even if I survive, it will only be torture for her, and she will be wasting her life. Other than the youngest one, the rest of my children can set up their own families, so I don't have to worry too much. Wei Yong had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest had already started to study. Wei Xi's lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. His elder brother had even planned all this. How could sister-in-law agree? The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. It sounded like he lacked confidence because Wei Xi recalled what happened in his previous life. In his previous life, Wei Yong and sister-in-law were a young couple. Like most couples in this world, they were arranged by their parents and arranged by the words of a matchmaker. They didn't know each other before marriage and each performed their own duties after marriage. Rather than saying they were husband and wife, they were more like friends. A few years after Niel Yang's death, his elder brother's health deteriorated. After that, his elder brother passed away when he was less than 50. Sister-in-law was silent for 2 days before letting go. She seemed to have relieved some heavy responsibility in her speech. He caused a lot of harm. After that, the Wei family's power was weak and Wei Xi had a say in the imperial court, so he thought of helping his elder brother's family. His elder brother had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Other than the eldest son who was slightly mediocre, the other 2 sons were not bad. If they were to gain experience, they would have a promising future. Wei Xi was closer to his elder brother's family. During festivals, he would visit his sister-in-law and nephews who were widowed at home. While chatting, he heard that his sister-in-law had a good childhood sweetheart when she was still unmarried. However, that person passed away in the cold winter of the previous year. A few days after that, his sister-in-law also fell ill. What's there to hide? She's an old woman with 1 foot in the grave now. Why would she be afraid of people gossiping? Wei Xi only found out about this when he visited the residence. His sister-in-law did not hide it. Not long after Wei Yong's death, his sister-in-law became widowed at home. Her childhood sweetheart also lost his wife for many years. The 2 of them got in touch again by chance. The other party seemed to still have feelings for her, but his sister-in-law felt that she was old, and it was very embarrassing to marry again at such an age. Moreover, her grandchildren all went to the academy one by one. She had to think about her grandchildren's reputation. After a few rejections, her childhood sweetheart passed away after waiting for a few years. When his sister-in-law heard the news, she couldn't take it anymore and became depressed. She also fell ill. Wei Zixuan has long lost the will to live. It's better to say it clearly. Once they part, they'll both be happy. Why delay it for so many years? You've really done a lot of harm. Wei Xi listened in silence and didn't criticize anything. This matter was indeed his elder brother's fault. His elder brother's situation in this life was worse than in his previous life. Even if he dragged out an ignoble existence this time, with his temperament, he probably wouldn't live for long. He would die of depression. Wei Yong didn't know what his younger brother was thinking. He asked, "Are you married now?" Wei Xi exclaimed. He didn't know why his elder brother's topic had jumped to this. "Not yet." Wei Yong asked him, "Is it because of yourself or something else? You should have a child to continue the family line." There was nothing that couldn't be said between brothers. Wei Xi didn't want to beat around the bush, so he honestly told him part of it. "It's not because of myself. I do have someone I like. It's just that due to the situation, I can't get married." Chapter 1546. You've had your own opinions since you were young, so I can't force you. But you should always pay attention to matters of the family. Wei Xi understood what his elder brother meant. In both his previous and current lives, his elder brother had recommended to him to adopt his nephew. Wei Dan was very good to Wei Xi. He had recommended many matchmaking sessions for him in his previous life. In the end, he had no choice but to let him adopt a son so that he would not have no one to rely on when he was old. I mentioned it to you once many years ago, but you didn't agree. Now that you're 30 years old, You can't delay it for a married woman. His youngest son had no one to take care of him, and Wei Xi was unwilling to marry and have no children because he liked married women. It was better to adopt his nephew and have the best of both worlds. Wei Xi was speechless. His elder brother's imagination was still so wild. I'll help you write the letter to release your wife. If you're willing to remarry, I'll take care of my nephew. If you're not willing to remarry, I'll send people to take care of them, Wei Xi said sincerely. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to adopt a son. Wei Xi had clearly rejected it, so Wei Dan couldn't continue selling the recommendation. They tacitly forgot the previous topic and talked about the future situation. Jiang Pingji won, and the Nie family suffered a great defeat. If nothing went wrong, the world would be hers. Wei Dan had studied Jiang Pingji in private, so he could more or less speculate about her future ruling style and the way she would use people. As his elder brother, Wei Dan naturally wished his brother well. Wei Xi had chosen the right person, and he could not escape the honor of founding the country in the future. However, this didn't mean that Wei Xi's future career would be smooth sailing. There were many potential dangers. Wei Dan took advantage of the last night to teach his brother a lesson so that he wouldn't step on landmines. The most important part of the conversation was the struggle between the gentry and the commoners. Jiang Pingji obviously supported the poor, but she didn't intend to completely abandon the gentry. The two had different standpoints, and their interests were entangled. It would definitely be a hidden danger in the future. If Wei Xi wanted peace, it was best not to get involved. Speaking of this, Wei Dan suddenly thought of something. Zixiao, it's best to have less contact with the Wei family in Bianzhou. It's even better if you cut off contact. Wei Xi was very surprised, as if he didn't expect this to come out of his elder brother's mouth. Why? You're worried, Wei Ling said. I'm worried that you'll be sold and have to count the money for them. Wei Xi's hand paused and he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. He suppressed his panic and asked, Why do you say so? The Wei brothers belonged to the Langyue Wei family, which was a branch of the Wei family in Zhongzhao's Bianzhou. They had no choice but to move back to Zhongzhou because their family had fallen from grace. If he remembered correctly, his elder brother had a good relationship with the main branch in his previous life. Why did he warn him to be on guard in this life? Wei Yong said. The Nie and Wei families dominate Bian province's aristocratic families. With large families and large businesses, there's no lack of conflict. Although the Wei family's internal strife isn't as unbridled as the Nie families, they're still unscrupulous. Who didn't have ambitions? The Wei family's ambition wasn't just to rule over Bian province. They couldn't allow a poor family to rise up and trample on their heads. It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. I'm worried that you'll be used. In the future, when Jiang Pingji really unified the 5 countries, the conflict between the gentry and the commoners would inevitably be brought to light. Wei Xi was considered a member of the aristocratic families, and had the backing of the Wei family. If he didn't think of a way to protect himself, sooner or later he'd get into trouble. The best way was to sever ties with the Wei family, and be a pure subject loyal only to the superior. He wouldn't participate in internal strife so that he wouldn't fall. The more Wei Xi listened, the more his hands trembled. In his previous life, he'd been closer to the Wei family. He'd worked hard to promote and train useful talents from the Wei family to be loyal to the imperial court. On one hand, they could be loyal to the imperial court and serve the emperor. On the other hand, they could save the declining Wei family. However, in the eyes of others, wouldn't this be forming a clique for personal gain? Some shrewd people in the imperial court knew Wei Xi's identity, such as Qiguan Rang and Feng Zhen. Wei Xi's action had indeed stepped on a landmine. It was no wonder that he'd been schemed against. Apart from that, Wei Xi lowered his eyelids. A conjecture that made him shiver all over appeared in his mind. Who was the villain who'd instigated Wei Tsong back then? Wei Xi thought it was the aristocracy led by the Nie family. Now that he thought about it, he seemed to have guessed wrong. It seemed that only the Wei family had the ability to extend their influence so far without attracting Wei Xi's attention, and influence Wei Tsong little by little. If Wei Tsong ascended to the throne, wouldn't the Wei family stand to gain the most? Wei Tsong had been nurtured by Wei Xi as a scholar since he was young. He didn't have any political fighting skills. If he stepped on the crown prince, Jiang Yan, to ascend to the throne, could he be a good monarch? There were so many old officials in the imperial court who'd followed Her Majesty to conquer the world, and had been on standby for a long time. How could he manipulate them? In order to sit firmly on the throne and balance the imperial court, Wei Tsong still had to rely on the Wei family in the end until he became a puppet emperor. If his ambition was greater, he could kill Wei Tsong and replace him, or even swap Wei Tsong's future heir, without a sound. The world would have smoothly changed hands. However, these were only Wei Si's conjectures. The truth could no longer be verified. I'll keep elder brother's advice in mind. Wei Si's brows relaxed a little. He'd obviously taken Wei Dan's reminder to heart. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky was already turning white. The morning sun slowly rose from the horizon. Wei Dan exhaled. He hadn't closed his eyes to rest for a long time. His eyes were dry and bloodshot. Please. The soldier said that Jiang Pingji summoned him. Wei Dan flicked the dust off his sleeves and said hoarsely, "Please lead the way." The person with the most complicated feelings was definitely Wei Si. As intelligent as he was, he naturally knew his elder brother's choice. He couldn't bear to see his elder brother walk the path of death with his own eyes, but he couldn't hide at the side and not even send him on his last journey. After struggling for a while, he appeared in the commander's tent with a pale face. He looked absent-minded and absent-minded. When Wei Dan saw Jiang Pingji, he didn't kneel or bow. He didn't even bow. He stood 2 feet away from her and looked straight into her eyes. Jiang Pingji didn't argue with him and went straight to the point. "Have you thought it through?" Wei Dan said, "Yes." Jiang Pingji asked again, "You're unwilling to submit? Do you know my temperament? What will happen if you're unwilling to submit?" "Of course I know. Those who submit will prosper, and those who resist will perish. It's nothing more than these 6 words." Wei Dan smiled calmly. He wasn't someone who was afraid of death. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Pingji's threat. Jiang Pingji still wanted to try and give him a promise. "If you submit, I definitely won't make things difficult for you." So it wasn't because of Wei Dan himself, but because of Wei Dan's identity, who asked him to be Zixiao's elder brother. There's no need to say more. At this point, Jiang Pingji naturally wouldn't stop Wei Dan. Unexpectedly, Wei Dan said, "I have a wish. I wonder if Lord Lanting is willing to fulfill it." Jiang Pingji was thinking of giving Wei Dan a quick death and leaving his corpse intact. She didn't expect Wei Dan to bring up another wish. "Speak," Wei Dan said. "Can I die in your hands?" As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of several people present changed. Chapter 1547. Yu Bendang. What the f***ck? This person was really bad. If the host agreed to kill him, how would Ci Mei live in the future? Tongtong's girl. That's right. Although the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, and Wei Yong is the loser and should stretch out his neck to be executed, it can't be like this, right? It didn't matter who killed it, but it couldn't be the host. She had spent 10 years to cook a frog. It was not easy. Mo Xingyao. If the streamer really kills Wei Yong with her own hands, even if Wei Yong is seeking death, Beauty Ci will have a thorn in her heart in the future, right? Wei Dan's heart was too evil. Was he doing this unintentionally or on purpose? He was trying to force his own younger brother to death. Meow meow meow. This is definitely the cruelest way to break up a couple that I have ever seen in my life. A salted fish was a salted fish. He couldn't be serious for long, and the topic immediately went astray. Fenghua Wamanlu. Except for those naive people who believe in love above all else, who wouldn't care that their lover has a blood feud with their loved ones. In online sadomasochistic novels, the male protagonist could kill the entire female protagonist's family to achieve an he ending. However, this was not reality after all. The salted fishes watched anxiously, each of them worried for Jiang Pingji and Wei Si. They had been following live broadcasts for so many years, so they naturally knew the temperament of these two. Neither of them could tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. Jiang Pingji looked at Wei Dan with a murderous look in her eyes. She pressed her left hand on the hilt of the god-slaying saber at her waist and exerted a little force on her knuckles. Her heart was in turmoil, but her face was as calm as ever. She asked Wei Yong, "Why did you make such a request?" Wei Yong said, "Rather than dying at the hands of an ordinary executioner, it's better to die at the hands of the Duke of Lanting. It's an honor." Jiang Pingji sneered. "Just because of this reason?" Wei asked him calmly. "What else? What do you think the reason is?" The atmosphere in the tent was unusually tense, filled with an awkward and suffocating atmosphere. Qiguan Rang and the others could not help but glance at the pale-faced Wei Ci from the corner of their eyes. They were faintly worried. Many confidants had a tacit understanding that their lord and Wei Ci were in cahoots with each other. If Wei Dan really died in the hands of the lord, Wei Ci sighed. Although he could understand it rationally, he would probably feel terrible emotionally. Jiang Pingji did not reply. Wei Ci, who was kneeling upright, gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force he exerted. "I've heard that the Duke of Lanting is highly skilled in martial arts and is known as the world's most valiant general. Countless lives have been lost to the long saber in his hand." Wei Yong said, "Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. It's just a matter of a knife. Is the Duke of Lanting being stingy about this? Or could it be that I'm so lowly that I'm not worthy to dirty your hands?" The salted fish watched anxiously. They wished they could crawl into the screen and help Jiang Pingji kill Wei Ya. Since he was going to die anyway, what difference did it make who killed him? The King of Hell did not care about that. Could it be that those who died at the hands of the executioner were inferior, while those who died at the hands of Jiang Pingji were superior? Not even 5 million salted fish would believe that Wei Yong wasn't purposely looking for trouble. The atmosphere was stiff. Everyone in the tent had the illusion that every second felt like a year, until Wei Ci let out a cry of pain. He apologized to Jiang Pingji with a pale face. Jiang Pingji looked at the dark circles under his eyes and her heart softened a little. "Zixiao, you've worked hard to plan for this battle. Go and rest first." Jiang Pingji's voice was very calm. Wei Ci's lips were completely pale. When he got up, he swayed a little. Those who did not know would really think that he had been cultivating for too long, and that his body could not take it. A young general raised his hand to support him, and found that Wei Ci's arm was trembling uncontrollably. "My lord, I'm afraid the military advisor is very tired. Shall I bring him back to the tent to rest?" Wei Ci's face was very pale. His legs were weak, and there was a possibility that he would collapse to the ground at any time. If no one supported him back, he was really afraid that he would fall halfway and something bad would happen to him. Jiang Pingji's left hand rested on the hilt of her knife, but her eyes looked at Wei Yong coldly. He looked back at her without the slightest fear. "Go. Remember to call a military doctor with good medical skills to take a look at the military advisor. Who knows, he might have accidentally caught a cold." When the enthusiastic young general brought Wei Ci out of the tent, Wei Yong's guess in his heart was confirmed. He felt a little bitter in his mouth. What was going on? How much enmity did the lord in front of him have with his brother? Why did she have to harm him for the rest of his life? Jiang Pingji pulled out the god-slaying knife with a swoosh and pressed the blade against Wei Yong's neck. She said coldly, "He's gone. Do he have any last words?" Wei Yong gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want to destroy him?" He felt the most sorry for his younger brother. He thought that he had found a wise lord who was worthy of being entrusted to, but in the end he was a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. No wonder he refused to accept Wei Ci's multiple attempts to go on blind dates, marry a wife, and even have children. He never thought that the truth would be like this. Did the woman in front of him want to completely destroy Wei Ci? If Jiang Pingji and Wei Ci could get married, it would have been a long time ago. It had been delayed until now without any news. Most likely, she wanted Wei Ci to stay hidden for the rest of his life. Whether Wei Ci was a concubine or the two of them were in love with each other, public opinion would always be harsher on the weaker party. For example, Lord Longyang was very capable, but in the end when people thought of him, they would say that he was a boy toy who served others. His talent, knowledge, and credit were all secondary. He could hide it now, but if it were to be exposed in the future, Wuxia would be nailed to the pillar of history and pointed at for thousands of years. Besides, was it so easy to be a man who slept beside a female duke? How many interests and entanglements were involved in it? Wuxia was going to be roasted on a bonfire. He could be schemed against and killed at any moment. Jiang Pingji said coldly, "From the beginning to the end, I never wanted to destroy him, but I saw that you wanted to kill him." Those who were in the know understood, but those who were not in the know were confused and felt that it was awesome. Wei Yong's right hand grabbed the blade of the god-slaying saber. The sharp blade cut a long, bloody wound on his palm. It was as if he could not feel the pain. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he smiled sinisterly. "You can learn from those male emperors and have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 3 husbands and 9 concubines, 27 wives, 81 wives. Wei Yong said in a hoarse voice. Duke Lanting is now considered a man who has the world under his control. As long as you want it, is there anything you can't get? Why couldn't she let Wei Xi go? Even if Wei Yong did not say it out loud, Jiang Pingji still understood what he meant. What a dignified reason. Jiang Pingji sneered. This is the first time I've seen someone speak of their selfishness in such a touching manner. Wei Yong did have his brother's best interests in mind, but he also had the intention to annoy Jiang Pingji. Perhaps to him, this was considered the best of both worlds? No matter what, Wei Xi had been tricked into a sinkhole by him. Jiang Pingji was never stingy with using the evilest thoughts to speculate about others. Wei Yong was the person she wanted to kill the most. Since Wei Xi was not around, Jiang Pingji could not be bothered to have a good attitude towards Wei Yong. So she spoke harshly. If you want to die, do it early. You can't even drink Meng Po's soup when it's hot. Chapter 1548. Wei Zixuan died a clean death, but it's troublesome for the Lord and Zixiao. Qiguan Rang felt a headache coming on. He had already accepted reality, and was waiting for his young lord to be born. He didn't expect there to be unexpected complications. What are you worried about? Everything will work out when it comes to it. Old Master Sun Wen was not worried. Wenjing still doesn't understand the ways of a husband and wife. Qiguan Rang laughed. What does this have to do with the ways of a husband and wife? Old Master Sun Wen said solemnly. Love can break through all restraints. Qiguan Rang was speechless. Why did this sound so familiar? After thinking about it, wasn't this a short story that Wei Xi had serialized before the war? According to Wei Xi's private disclosure, this sentence was added by his lord. It was incompatible with Wei Xi's writing style. Old Master Sun Wen looked at Qiguan Rang with an indescribable expression and coughed awkwardly. I collected it from Lan Lan not long ago. The story is quite interesting. I didn't expect Zixiao to have such a romantic heart. He thought the author was a widowed woman, but when he saw the signature, it was Layman Zaiki, Wei Xi's alias in the world of novels. Qiguan Rang said gloomily. The Lord cares about Zixiao very much. If there's a rift between the two of them because of Wei Zixuan's death, Old Master Sun Wen said, they won't have a good time. Spreading his hands, the old master had a resigned expression on his face. Qiguan Rang felt a knot in his heart. Old Master Sun Wen was the happiest in the entire military camp after the defeat of the Nye family. Those who didn't know would think he was going to have a second spring. While the two of them bickered, Jiang Pingji went to see Wei Xi to inform him of the outcome. Wei Yong had died after colliding with her knife. She sent someone to collect his body and asked Wei Xi if he wanted to collect Wei Yong's body. Wei Xi's eyes were red as if he had cried, but there were no tears on his face. Other than his low spirits, he was fine. If you want to blame me, blame me. I've killed so many people that I don't lack Wei Yong's life. In the words of the audience in the streaming room, Jiang Pingji was a model example of being single based on ability. Blame me. If there's a rift between us, I won't accept it. Wei Xi saw that his lord was sitting next to his bed. She looked as arrogant as usual, but in reality, she looked a little nervous, which was rarely seen. Why would my lord think that Xi hates you? Wei Xi asked her. This is my elder brother's own choice. How can I indiscriminately implicate others? The outcome of the battle between the two armies was cruel. Just as Big Brother said, those who submit will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. If the person who lost today was the Lord, she would not have a good ending, and Ci would not be able to live in this world. There was no one to blame for this. If we really want to blame someone, we can only blame the world, Jiang Pengji said with a headache. The more reasonable you are, the more guilty I feel. However, Wei Ci said, why does my lord feel guilty? You can't have a guilty conscience if the captive is a blood relative of an official, right? Jiang Pengji was silent. She did not choose to sit upright. Instead, she crossed her legs. Her sitting posture was extremely inelegant in the eyes of others. I suddenly feel sorry for you. Wei Ci looked at her in surprise. He did not understand why his lord suddenly felt this way. Zixiao is only 30 years old in a few months, but his mentality is so open-minded and bright. He is not inferior to those wise men in their 50s or 60s. If you think about it, you will know that this is not the experience and understanding accumulated in this life, Jiang Pengji said in a low voice. It's most likely from my previous life. One only knows pain after falling. Many experiences can only be truly understood after experiencing them personally. Wei Ci suddenly said something completely unrelated. In my previous life, my teacher devoted himself to teaching and taught countless students. He could be considered to have students all over the world. During the chaos of the 5 kingdoms, other than Yumo, Wenbin, and Shaoyin, another 56 people became officials. There are 23 people who are qualified to be recorded in the new history by Master Cheng Cheng. Jiang Pengji scratched her head. What does this have to do with me? Wei Ci said. Most of these people are my classmates and good friends from when I was young. They are not like brothers, but more like brothers. Jiang Pengji was speechless. She suddenly had an ominous premonition. Wei Ci continued, not only Yumo and the other 2, the deaths of the other half are directly or indirectly related to His Majesty. Jiang Pengji was speechless. Wah! Wei Ci said helplessly. In the early days of the Jiang dynasty, the scholars from Langyi Academy had a deep conflict with His Majesty. Indeed, the Empress specifically caught and killed the students from Langyi Academy. How much hatred and resentment there was? Jiang Pengji asked. What about Wei Liao? Nie Liang died in the internal strife of the Nie family. My eldest brother was depressed for many years because of the death of his close friend. He died of illness before he was 50. Wei Ci lowered his head and said, his elder brother died in the hands of the Lord. It was his wish. I will take good care of the children he left behind. Jiang Pengji deliberated and said, I think, you have other things in your heart. Indeed. Wei Ci did not hide it. He said, that matter is related to Fushou. Jiang Pengji knew Fushou. He was the son of the previous Wei Ci. His name was Wei Kong. Fushou took a detour and was used to force the abdication. My nephew's shadow is probably in this. Although I'm not sure, it's not far away. Wei Ci could not keep his son by his side at all times. Sometimes, when he could not take care of him, he would leave him at his brother's house and let his nephew and niece-in-law take care of him. Ever since the meteorite incident, Wei Ci had been much more cautious. He would even restrict Wei Tsong's interactions with the sons of the aristocrats. He was so strict, but Wei Tsong was still taken advantage of. Now that she thought about it carefully, the possibility of the aristocrats, led by the Wei family, colluding with his 3 nephews was very high. This was also the only way to not arouse Wei Ci's vigilance. Jiang Pengji said, isn't it all in the past? Wei Ci said with bloodshot eyes. In the end, it's hard to calm down. His most beloved son was used by others. He brought outsiders to force the abdication in an aggressive manner. He almost forced his own sister to death and indirectly caused his own father's death. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that His Majesty was a step ahead of him. Otherwise, he would not know what the situation would be like. He would most likely be disheartened with anger. According to Crown Prince Jiang Yan's character, even if he spared Wei Tsong's life, he would most likely not forgive him. Exiling Wei Tsong for 1,000 miles was already considered merciful. None of the family of 4 had a good ending. This was tragic enough. Jiang Pingji patted his shoulder and said, "I'll lend you this golden and precious shoulder to lean on." However, Wuxia said, "This is an important military camp. Be careful with your words and actions." Wei Dan was naturally sad about Wei Xi's death, but it was not as serious as Qi Guanrang and the others imagined. He also did not have a rift with his lord. He carefully collected his eldest brother's corpse, changed it into clean shrouds, and placed it in a coffin to be sent back to Langia County. Although the Wei family of Langia had moved back to Bianzhou, the ancestral graves of the branch remained in place and had not been moved. Sending Wei Dan back to Langia County could be considered as a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Due to the recent death of his elder brother, Wei Xi had recently become plain and simple. He did not have much meat to begin with, and now he was even thinner. Chapter 1549. Did you get any news? In the Battle of Zhanjiang Pass, the Nya army had suffered a crushing defeat. They had lost nearly 200,000 soldiers and horses, and almost all the elites had died. Although tens of thousands of soldiers had successfully broken through, they had no order, no will to fight, and no supplies. They were almost like headless flies flying around. They were very unlucky. After so much trouble, they met Jiang Pingji's triumphant troops on the way back, and were beaten up again. After going through so many hardships, the troops were almost completely scattered. Fortunately, Fan Chen and a few other old officials were still alive and managed to gather the remaining soldiers. The Nya army was left with only the remnants of the soldiers. They didn't have enough supplies. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to start killing wounded warhorses. After Fan Chen and the other old officials met, they carefully inquired about the whereabouts of Wei Yong and the others. There was still no news for 2 or 3 days. After this great defeat, a few old officials who were extremely unhappy with Wei Yong put all the blame on him, using this as an excuse to avoid their own responsibilities. Fan Chen ignored these voices. After all, it was not the time to quarrel and fight. He sent people out to inquire about Wei Yong's whereabouts. No matter what, he had to see him alive or dead. He couldn't disappear from the world. There was no news in the first few days. Fan Chen almost suspected that when Wei Yong was killed in the battle, the specific news came back. Report: the military counselor's whereabouts have been found, but the soldier's clothes were ragged and he looked dispirited. He didn't know how long it had been since he had a good rest. His eyes were covered with fine veins. Fan Chen couldn't help but grab the soldier's arm and ask, "But what? Tell me." He didn't finish his sentence. Did he want me to die of anxiety? The movement on Fan Chen's side also attracted the attention of the old officials who were resting nearby. They couldn't help but stretch their ears to eavesdrop. The soldier gritted his teeth and said with tears in his eyes, "The military counselor was captured, already met with misfortune." Fan Chen was so shocked that he took a step back. After waiting for the news for 2 days, he also guessed that Wei Yong might have been captured by the enemy, but he didn't expect that he would die. On second thought, this result was also reasonable. According to Wei Yong's temperament, it was already considered peaceful that he didn't die as an apology. How did he die? Fan Chen continued to ask. Himself or Lu Shi? The few people who were eavesdropping were also shocked, as if they hadn't expected such an outcome. They looked at each other and sighed inexplicably. Even though they didn't like Wei Dan, they had to admit that Wei Dan was another pillar for the Nya clan, which was currently in a precarious situation. If he died, the Nya family's future would be even more uncertain. Of course, the Nya family's future would be even more uncertain. The man spat and cursed. "You deserve to die." He really suspected that this person was a spy sent by Lu Shi. Ever since he, Wei Dan, took control of the military, did anything go well for our army? Now, they went all out to attack Zhanjiang Pass, but they didn't get any advantages. Instead, the enemy found a chance to wipe them all out. If you say that this place wasn't sold out by Wei Yan, this old man will not believe a single word of it. The Nya army had already fallen apart. If there were any more conflicts, they might not even be able to return to Zhongzhou. Fan Chen clenched his fists in his sleeves. His nails left deep marks on his palms. He took a deep breath and pretended not to hear the old man's insults. He patiently asked the soldier, "I heard that Lu Shi tried to recruit the military counselor, but he refused," the soldier said with tears in his eyes. "The military counselor sought death and died under Lu Shi's sword." Fan Chen asked again, "Could it be no one came forward to plead for the military counselor?" Everyone in the world knew that Wei Yong's brother was loyal to Jiang Pingji. The soldier shook his head. "I only heard this. I don't know the rest." Fan Chen sighed in his heart and asked, "Did Lu Shi send someone to deliver the military counselor's corpse?" No matter what, Wei Yong was dead. According to the customs of the two armies, the corpse should have been sent back. The soldier said, "The military counselor's corpse has been collected by his brother. He sent someone to bury it in his hometown." Only then did Fan Chen remember that Wei Yong was from the Wei family of Langia, a branch of the Wei family of Bianzhou. Because they had been separated for 200 or 300 years, their land was in Langia County. If Wei Xi helped to collect the corpse, Wei Yong's corpse would most likely be sent back to Langia County. Thinking of this, Fan Chen felt endless pressure rush toward him like a tide. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Everyone hurriedly helped him awake. If even Fan Chen knelt, then the Nia army really had no one who could shoulder the burden. "What should we do now?" Fan Chen said, "I'm afraid the news of our defeat can't be hidden. It's better to gather the remaining troops and return to Bianzhou as soon as possible. The Lord's safety is more important. Where there's life, there's hope." Gathering the remaining troops could gather tens of thousands. Together with the troops in Nye Qing's hands, they might be able to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, the Lord Nye Liang had already dealt with the ambitious fellows who had attached themselves to the Nye family before he died. Otherwise, if the army was defeated and returned with a bunch of injured soldiers, they would probably be devoured until not even their bones were left. Lu Shi won't let go of this opportunity. The Nye family's assets had all been lost. At this moment, Zhongzhou was like a shelled and defenseless egg, allowing the enemy to do whatever they wanted. Fan Chen said, "Of course Lu Shi won't let go of this opportunity, but she won't be able to fight again in a short period of time." The Nye family had suffered heavy losses, but would Jiang Pingji feel better? Don't forget, she had divided her troops into two groups to resist Nye Liang's and Yang Tao's troops at the same time. Her troops were too scattered, and the pressure on her rations was great. If she didn't take some time to recuperate, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on. Although the time was short, it was at least a chance to breathe. Fan Chen had never been a person who liked to sit and wait for death. He would always struggle to the last moment before he was willing to give up. His suggestion was naturally not wrong, but there were people who didn't want to agree. They were very afraid. The Nye family was invincible in Zhongzhou, but whenever they met Jiang Pingji, they were met with a wall. Jiang Pingji had the protection of a miracle when she fought on the front lines. She had the protection of a miracle when she launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night. It was obvious that God was biased to the extreme. They were just a group of ordinary people. How could they compete with the Son of Heaven, who carried destiny? Nye Liang and Wei Dan had tried to challenge her, but what was the result? One died of illness, the other was killed. When Fan Chen heard these reasons, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. During the battle at Zhanjiang Pass, it could only be said that they were one step behind and fell into the enemy's trap. Their skills were inferior, so why did they have to push the blame to God? No matter how many voices of opposition there were, they still had to return to Zhongzhou. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have enough to slaughter the warhorses for food. Just as half of the remaining troops left, the news of the army's defeat reached Nye Qing's ears. What did you say?" He could recognize every word of the person who came, but when put together, he couldn't understand it. How could the Nye army? The person who came gave a concise account of the battle that day. Nye Qing's face grew paler and paler. Chapter 1550. Who did you say is gone? Nye Qing's slender shoulders trembled, and his hands started to tremble. It was as if he was isolated from the world, and could not hear anything clearly. Who did you say is gone? The gentle and polite Nie Qing seemed to have died at this moment, leaving behind an empty shell who had lost control of his emotions. He grabbed the messenger's clothes uncontrollably and lifted him up while breathing rapidly. He said shakily, "Tell me who died." The messenger was also frightened by Nie Qing. He clamped his thighs together and resisted the urge to urinate. He said, "Military advisor Wei Yong, he was unlucky." Before the messenger could finish, Nie Qing threw him out like a madman. He really did not know how such a thin and weak body could have such great strength. The messenger did not fall seriously. He climbed up from the ground in a panic and resumed his apologetic posture, his body very low. "The deceased is gone. My lord, please restrain your grief." The official who was supporting Nie Qing saw his reaction and hurriedly comforted him. "Restrain your grief? How do you expect me to restrain my grief?" Nie Qing's eyes were already red. Crystal tears rolled down his cheeks several times but still fell. His expression was extremely fragile, as if a small blow could break him down. Nie Qing said in a choked sob, "Father is gone, that bastard Nie Yang is gone, and now even father-in-law has abandoned me. What did I do wrong to lose my closest relatives one after another in just a few months?" Nie Qing almost roared out these words. The veins on his forehead bulged and sweat and tears rolled down. "My lord did not do anything wrong. You did nothing wrong." The official saw Nie Qing paralyzed on the ground and went forward on his knees to comfort him. "If there is anything wrong, it can only be said that you were born at the wrong time. The Nie family's building has collapsed and the enemy is watching. If my lord continues to wallow in pain, how will you meet the previous master and the rest after 100 years? At this moment, you should pull yourself together. After recuperating and accumulating strength, you can protect yourself." Nie Qing said hoarsely, "I know, give me some time to calm down." The official knew that Nie Qing was too young and could not withstand repeated blows. He should be given enough time to accept reality. After crying, Nie Qing then hoarsely asked where Wei Yong's corpse was. When Nie Qing heard that Wei Xi had sent Wei Yong's corpse to the clan grounds of Langia County for burial, he was silent for a long time. Langia County. It's good that the fallen leaves have returned to their roots. On the second day, Nie Qing calmed down slightly and personally went to tell her mother-in-law the bad news. Madame Wei Yu was the standard of a landowning family's noblewoman. There was nothing wrong with her. Even when she heard the news of her husband's death, she could still hold back her tears. Nie Qing's expression was haggard as he said weakly, "Father-in-law's body was sent to the clan grounds of Langia County, but this son-in-law feels that perhaps Bian Province is the place he wants to rest the most. Mother-in-law, can you help me sort out some of father-in-law's belongings and set up a cenotaph to show my grief?" Naturally, Madame Wei would not refuse. She prepared the clothes, but Wei Yong's favorite objects, books, and paintings were all in the study. Nie Qing was more familiar with them. Nie Qing pushed open the familiar study and saw the bright sunlight pouring in from the outside. The master had been gone for a long time, but the study room was cleaned by the servants. Every inch of the room was spotless, not even a speck of dust could be seen. Nie Qing's tears, which he had managed to stop with great difficulty, threatened to burst again. He was not a weak person. In just a few short months, 3 of his most important family members had passed away. Even a person made of iron would not be able to take it. Nie Liang was his respected father, and Wei Yong was his teacher and father-in-law, playing a fatherly role. No matter how bad that bastard Nie Yang was, before the incident, Nie Qing had truly loved him as a younger brother. His feelings for him were real. Now the 3 of them had died in the underworld before him. One could imagine the blow Nie Qing had suffered. He picked out a few of Wei Yong's favorite items. His gaze suddenly fell on the bookshelf in the study, and a passage appeared in his mind. "Father-in-law, I'm your son-in-law, I guarantee it. I also know that there's a painting on the 3rd row of your bookshelf." "Shut up." Strangely, he walked to the bookshelf and saw a few scrolls of paintings. Nie Qing opened one of the paintings. It depicted a green-robed youth reading from bamboo slips amidst rockery and flowers. He found the youth somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, there were faint traces of Wei Xi between his brows. Looking at the inscription, the youth in the painting was indeed Wei Xi. He opened another painting. This time it was not a single person painting, but a lively scene. A middle-aged man with elegant features was playing chess with his eldest son. A gentle and beautiful woman was holding a baby boy in her arms, watching tenderly. There were also 3 children of different ages, either sitting or standing, reading or playing. Nie Qing recognized at a glance that this was his father-in-law's family, and the beautiful woman was his mother-in-law. When the mountain ghost had been babbling nonsense, Nie Qing had thought that the paintings hidden on the bookshelf were pictures of avoiding fire, or something incongruous. He looked through all the paintings and did not find anything similar. Among all the paintings, the one that left the deepest impression was the scene of Nie Liang and Wei Yong meeting for the first time. Nie Qing stood where he was for a long time, then sighed. I don't know if I should say it's a pity, regret, or something else. Whether it was the person who painted or the person in the painting, they were no longer in this world. Nie Qing chose 4 paintings to be buried in the cenotaph, leaving the rest for Madame Wei and the children as souvenirs. One was Madame Wei and the children, one was Wei Yong's parents and siblings, one was Nie Liang, and one was Nie Qing. Madame Wei saw that he was so considerate and her expression was somewhat gratified. When the news of the defeat of the Nie army reached the borders of Zhongzhou, the pressure Nie Qing suffered could be imagined. But he did not collapse, and instead gritted his teeth to support the situation. Reorganizing the troops and pacifying the people, he was so busy that he only slept for 2 to 4 hours a day at most. Even though Nie Liang had helped Nie Qing clean up those ambitious people when he was alive, he had not thought that the Nie army would be so thoroughly defeated. The Nie clan was weak, and the powers that had originally attached themselves to the Nie clan naturally had other ambitions. In order to pacify these people, Nie Qing had expended a great deal of energy, but he did not have enough troops in his hands, and he did not have enough deterrence. There were more and more people who did not listen to him. In a few short days, Nie Qing had seen countless fickle faces. The people who had been fawning over him a few days ago, in the blink of an eye, had climbed all over him, and used threats to force Nie Qing to hand over his authority. It was fine if it was outsiders, but the members of the Nie clan had also interfered. Their words express one meaning. Nie Liang and Wei Yong had wasted all of the Nie clan's wealth, and Nie Qing was young and could not support the situation. It was better to give authority to them, and let them turn the tide and save the Nie clan. When Nie Qing heard this, his heart turned cold, and he could only sneer. What time was it? The Nie clan was at the juncture of life and death, and these people only wanted to fight for power and profit, and not unite to tide over the crisis together. Did they really think that he, Nie Qing, was weak and easy to bully? In troubled times, the fist was the hard truth. If one's fist was not as strong as others, then one could only obediently take a beating. Chapter 1551. A few days later, Fan Chun and the rest returned with the remaining soldiers. Disregarding his injuries, he immediately went to see Nie Qing to ask for forgiveness. Nie Qing was much thinner than before. The clothes he was wearing seemed to be empty. When the man stepped forward to help Fan Chun up, Fan Chun could feel how shriveled his hands were. Fan Chun's eyes were red. I am guilty and dare not get up. My lord has lost a lot of weight recently. May I be so bold as to ask my lord to take care of yourself? How could Nie Qing really ask Fan Chun to apologize? Based on the limited intelligence, Nie Qing carefully read the details of the battle at Zhangjiang Pass. He knew that the blame for the defeat could not be pushed to Fan Chun. Under Nie Qing's insistence, Fan Chun stood up shakily. He staggered and sat down on the mat. Nie Qing carefully asked about the details of the battle at Zhangjiang Pass. Fan Chun naturally knew more than the messenger. After listening to Fan Chun's objective narration, Nie Qing's already pale face became even uglier. We can't blame anyone for this defeat. We can only say that we were one step behind. Our plan failed, and we were used instead. Nie Qing also knew that if they won the battle at Zhangjiang Pass, it was equivalent to forcefully opening the door to Dongqing. Jiang Pingji's other troops were held up by Yang Tao, and could not return in time to help. If they made good use of the opportunity, they might have been able to take over Jiang Pingji's forces. What a pity! Fan Chun said in shame. I am still incompetent. If I could have killed Lu Shi at the front lines, perhaps. He explained in detail how Jiang Pingji led the troops for a sneak attack, but fell into a trap. Because Jiang Pingji appeared at the front lines, Fan Chen was certain that Jiang Pingji did not discover their plan, and did not warn the guards. This was also the main reason why Fan Chen felt so guilty and blamed himself. If he had discovered something was wrong earlier, if the troops he led could have killed the leader of the bandits, the outcome would have been different. Nie Qing was silent after listening. After a while he said, using himself as bait, "This Duke of Lanting is also a person who does not care about his life." With such boldness and insight, not to mention Nie Qing, even the heroes of the world would not dare to act so recklessly. However, when Nie Qing learned that Fan Chen led an ambush that was twice the number of enemies, his expression was unusually complicated. When Fan Chen said that Jiang Pingji alone was equivalent to half an army, Nie Qing suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. The theory that Jiang Pingji was the chosen one became more and more popular. Even if Nie Qing didn't believe it before, he couldn't help but waver. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he sneered. How can mortals fight against the heavens? The theory of fate made people feel helpless. It was just like the Northern Chen from hundreds of years ago. The ancestor of the royal family of the Beichen dynasty was just a small duke who commanded an army of 30 to 20,000 soldiers. His opponent was a giant who was about to conquer the world. There should have been no doubt about it. However, the meteorites and floods that fell from the sky had greatly damaged the vitality of the giant, and the ancestor of the Beichen dynasty had taken advantage of the situation. There was a limit to one's strength, and it was difficult to change the will of heaven. How could mortals fight against the heavens? My lord, why can't mortals fight against the heavens? Even the late master was not afraid of this when he was alive. Fan Chen's expression was a little sad and aggrieved. He said bluntly, if God had really appointed Lu Shi, why would he have stirred up this chaotic world and caused countless people to lose their lives? It would have been better to just throw the dragon throne in front of Lu Shi and let her ascend the throne. Wouldn't that have been faster and more convenient? What is fate? Whoever wins in the end will be the chosen one. The theory of fate can't be said accurately. Lu Shi went around saying that she was favored by the heavens. Didn't she want to use this to break down our fighting spirit and make us bow down to her? This sinner sincerely asks my lord to pull yourself together and plan for the future. When these words fell into Nie Qing's ears, it was as if they were enlightened and enlightened him, freeing him from his depressed mood. You're right. I definitely can't admit defeat so easily. If he admitted defeat to the enemy who indirectly killed his family, his soul would return to the underworld. How would he have the face to see his father and father-in-law? Seeing this situation, Fan Chen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had pulled himself together, the situation would not improve because of this. The forces attached to the Nie family were restless, and the Nie family had the intention to split and become independent. Old Master Nie's prestige was useless. The few remaining elders also began to have thoughts that they should not have. Counting from Old Master Nie, Nie Qing was a fourth-generation great-grandson of the Nie family, and did not have an advantage in terms of seniority. What made him most depressed was that Nie Qing's grandfather and Nie Liang's father were in this group. They tried to use blood relations and filial piety to force Nie Qing to hand over his power and troops. When Nie Liang was alive, he had cleared out a group of ambitious elders and peers, leaving out his biological father. No matter how ruthless Nie Liang was, he would not be able to act against his own father. He had only sent people to threaten and scare his father so that he would not have thoughts that he should not have. Nie Liang had calculated thoroughly. He had calculated that Nie Qing's troops were strong, and that even his own grandfather would not dare to do anything to him. He had never expected that Nie Jun would lose so badly, and that ambition would come back to life. Fortunately, Nie Qing's attitude was unyielding and the other did not succeed. Even so, the situation in Zhongzhou, which had finally calmed down with great difficulty, once again became chaotic. They were afraid that the small feudal lords of the Nie family would take advantage of the situation and divide the fat meat that the Nie family occupied. The Nie family wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seize power from Nie Qing's hands. The forces that were attached to the Nie family also had their own ideas. For a moment, the situation was turbulent. Nie Qing felt that he was sitting on a small boat. Around him was a vast ocean. The wind roared, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The tempestuous waves wanted to tear him apart. Let's rest comfortably for a while, and let Zhongzhou consume its own internal strife. Because of the chaos in Zhongzhou, Jiang Pingji took the opportunity to send hundreds of spies to gather information. Every once in a while, she would receive fresh gossip. Just as Qiguan Rang and the others had analyzed, Zhongzhou was now in a mess. Even though they all knew that Jiang Pingji was the biggest threat, and that they should form an alliance to resist her, only a few of them shouted slogans and did not put them into action. They are all a bunch of short-sighted mediocre people. Jiang Pingji knew that everyone was greedy and wanted nothing more than to monopolize all the benefits in the world. There were only a few people who were clear-headed and could resist the temptation of benefits. They only think of themselves before they die. Regardless of the past or present, it seemed that such people were the majority. Jiang Pingji remembered a certain mission in her previous life. She had to go to a foreign planet where war had broken out to retrieve a confidential document. The rebel army, the civilian army, and the official government army were in a three-way scuffle. They were hostile to each other. When Jiang Pingji went over, the civilian army gathered firepower to besiege a first-level city that the rebel army had occupied. When the city was breached, there were not many rebels who resisted. Most of the rebels went to make love, rape, kill, get drunk, brawl, and gamble. Even though the crisis was approaching, most mediocre people still cared about their own interests and did not learn to unite and fight to the death with the enemy. Jiang Pingji did not know if it was the influence of her awakening, but she found it increasingly difficult to calm down these days. Chapter 1552. Jiang Pingji rebuked Nie Jun. There were still countless tasks to be done after the war. She did not even sleep much. Naturally, she did not have the energy to care about the war situation in Zhangzhou. Besides, according to the news from the front line in Zhangzhou, the troops commanded by Fu Wang were not in danger for the time being. Of course, just because there was no danger now didn't mean that he was safe. Who knew if there would be an accident that would allow Yang Tao to completely turn things around? There was only one battle report from Zhangzhou every 3 to 4 days, and none of them were urgent. Thus, Feng Yi placed them at the bottom and would review them one by one when the Lord was not so busy. When he heard Jiang Pingji ask about Zhangzhou, he got up and searched for all the relevant information. Jiang Pingji glanced at the green panda emblem on the envelope and raised her eyebrows. To save time, Jiang Pingji divided the information into 5 levels according to the priority. The ones that were more common and didn't have any major events would be the green panda emblem. The intelligence level was the lowest. The next would be the yellow panda emblem, which was slightly more important, but not life-threatening. The next level would be the orange panda emblem. From this level onwards, one would have to use a fast horse. The 4th level would be the scarlet panda emblem, and the highest level would be the pure black panda emblem. According to this classification, as long as she saw the color of the envelope, she would know what it was. Feng Yi had arranged the intelligence reports in chronological order. Jiang Pingji read them one by one. Ever since Feng Zhen and the others fell into Yan Lin's trap and fell into an ambush, they had become even more cautious. Yang Tao also knew his own weakness and did not dare to act rashly. For a moment, the two fell into a strange stalemate. This was also why the information after that time was the safest green emblem. Of course, a stalemate wasn't a good idea, especially when Yang Tao's side was in urgent need of rations and supplies. It would be disadvantageous for them if the battle dragged on for too long. Jiang Pingji read 7 or 8 letters, and finally saw the secret letter with the yellow panda emblem. This secret report wasn't written by Fu Wang, nor was it written by someone else. It was written by Feng Zhen to Jiang Pingji. He seemed to be completely enraged by Yan Lin's scheme, and had been secretly planning to take revenge. Feng Zhen and Yang Si, the two fellows in the top 3 of the vendetta list, conspired together and came up with all sorts of evil ideas. Feng Zhen carefully analyzed Yang Tao's current situation for Jiang Pingji. For example, Yang Tao did not have deep control over the aristocratic families in Zhangzhou. Feng Zhen did not intend to instigate the aristocratic families into rebellion, but he still wanted to alienate them from Yang Tao. For example, if Yang Tao was in dire need of rations, he could send people to spread the news to shake their morale. Feng Zhen planned to take a risk and suffer a defeat. Then, he would leak the news that a large number of supplies were about to arrive at the front line in Zhangzhou to lure the enemy into taking the bait. However, Yanlin was still young, and he was full of tricks. Perhaps he would not bite the bait just because of this one defeat. Jiang Pingji furrowed her brows and read the rest of the secret letters. Most of the secret letters were green or yellow, but there was one that was orange. Looking at the date, it seemed to have just arrived. Jiang Pingji's heart skipped a beat. She opened the envelope and took out the letter with 2 fingers. She shook it open and read it carefully. After reading 10 lines at a glance, Jiang Pingji was almost furious. The anger that she had just suppressed flared up again. Everyone watched helplessly as their lord left another palm print on the bronze table that had suffered many setbacks. A loud noise reverberated in their ears. A few of the generals who had been absent-minded were shocked back to their senses. Qiguan Rang asked, "My lord, did something big happen in Zhangzhou?" Jiang Pingji said coldly, "Feng Zisher is tired of living. He's thinking of ways to meet the king of hell." Everyone was confused. They did not know what the wastrel Feng Zhen had done to make their lord so angry. "Take a look for yourselves." Jiang Pingji sneered. He really thinks he has the power to hold the pass alone and hold back 10,000 men. The group of people carefully read the contents of the secret letter. They had a variety of expressions. Some were impressed by Feng Zhen's courage. He did not care about his life. He was courting death in a new way. Someone secretly mocked their lord. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. It was not a big deal for her to run to the front line and use herself as bait, but Feng Zhen was courting death. But then again, this was their lord's care. Qiguan Rang said, "Zisher's plan can be considered a good one. Besides, even if my lord wants to stop him, it's probably too late." Jiang Pingji's expression was one of exasperation. She could not help but curse the communication standards of this era. They walked when they went out, and they communicated by shouting. Horizontal comments, terrible. Jiang Pingji said. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses he will definitely be punished for all his crimes. Feng Zhen still owed her many old debts. Qiguan Rang continued. If he loses he will most likely report to the king of hell. My lord will not be able to find him even if you want to punish him for all his crimes. Feng Zhen was prepared to use himself as bait to lure the desperate Yang Tao. It would be great if he won, but if he lost, he would lose his life. In the Battle of Zhanjiang Pass, the Nya army had been defeated. Jiang Pingji had also lost tens of thousands of troops and horses. She had no extra energy to support Fu Wang. Even if she did send reinforcements, how could they, a group of land soldiers, fight in a water battle? Qiguan Rang had made Jiang Pingji speechless twice. She could only sulk and recite Feng Zhen's name over and over in her heart. The culprit did not have the slightest self-awareness. This matter had to be explained from a long time ago. Feng Longzi had suffered a loss at Yanlin's hands. Even though he caught the Zhao family and punished them as a warning to others, the fence-sitters in Zhangzhou still sided with Yang Tao. Feng Zhen and the others saw this and were angry. They secretly recorded this group of scums who had flirted with each other in their notebooks. This alone was not enough. If they did not think of a way to salvage the situation, when they returned to see their lord, they would definitely be severely punished. Driven by the desire to survive of the officials and the pride of the strategists, Feng Zhen and Yang Xi planned to return the favor and teach him a lesson. Not only did Yang Tao's side lack troops, but they also lacked supplies. The former could rely on recruitment or forceful expropriation to make up for the numbers, but the latter was not easy to handle. Without supplies, how could the soldiers fight against the enemy? Feng Zhen planned to use this to break the morale of Yang Tao's side. He had already made up a song and sent people to bribe beggars and refugees to spread it. Of course, he had seen the scene of Wuxia manipulating public opinion and covering his lord's body with gold leaf. Naturally, he knew that spreading songs was the crudest method of public opinion. Therefore, Feng Zhen sent many people to spread false news. He grasped both sides, and both sides were hard. For example, someone's neighbor's second eldest uncle's son was a centurion under Yang Tao's command, and knew that the army's provisions were running low. Another example was someone's third eldest uncle's neighbor's son was a rice shop supplier and spread rumors to incite the people to rush to buy rice. Then he sent people to gossip in tea houses and taverns, or dressed up as merchants to spread false news. The advantage of the people's intellect was that they were easy to fool. They could easily deceive them with some news that was both true and false. The rumor mongers could open their mouths and refute them. First, they would spread the rumor among the people. When the rumor gained momentum and Yang Tao and the others discovered it, it would be too late to refute it. Chapter 1553. Feng Zhen's ability to control public opinion was not as good as Wei Xi's, but it was still far beyond the standard of this period. By the time Yang Tao and the others realized that something was wrong, the rumor had already spread like wildfire. The common people were in a state of panic, and the rice stores were all sold out. Taking advantage of this, the vendors doubled the already steadily rising price of the grain. Bastard! Why didn't you report this earlier? Yang Tao rarely got angry. He was indeed open-minded, but he wasn't a coward who would remain silent after being bullied. Not only was he angry at Yang Xi and Feng Zhen for doing it secretly, but he was also angry at his subordinates for not doing anything. The people were making such a big fuss, but the relevant news had only just reached him. Public opinion had already formed, and it would be difficult to extinguish it now. The official who was scolded by Yang Tao felt wronged, but he was also innocent. The enemy is very cunning. Not only did they hire beggars and refugees to spread rumors, but they also sent people to spread rumors in tea houses, restaurants, and other places. They often used the name of relatives to trick the people into trusting them. Unfortunately, those ignorant people are easy to deceive. They easily believe a few words. The official didn't dare to exonerate himself, so he could only divert his anger and blame the enemy and the ignorant people. It wasn't spring plowing or autumn harvest. Many people were bored and had so much time that they could scratch lice. They could happily make up a small widow gossip for half a month, let alone the rumors that Feng Zhen had spread. By the time their people found out, the number of people who knew about the rumors was already very large. The rumors couldn't be controlled at all. Yang Tao's face was gloomy. He saw through the man's tricks, but he couldn't really put all the blame on him. Qiansu said, "My lord, the most important thing now is to find a way to stop people from talking. If the rumors spread further, not only will the people be anxious, but the soldiers will also be affected. In comparison, we can ignore the tricks of Feng Zhen and the others." As long as Feng Zhen and the others didn't send troops to attack, those provocations and tricks could be ignored. Yang Tao rubbed his brows and asked Qiansu, how? If it was only a small group of people, it would be fine to catch them and punish them harshly, but not now. Yang Tao was not good at dealing with these kinds of things, so he usually let Yanlin or Qiansu deal with them. It's a pity that Xiaoyang isn't here. Qiansu sighed. Yanlin was training and inspecting the armaments at the mouth of the river, so he probably didn't know about this yet. He continued, "I have an idea. I wonder if it will work. Why don't you listen to it, my lord?" Yang Tao said, "Look at the situation now. If you have a solution, just say it." He was very dependent on Yanlin, but that didn't mean that he would only focus on Yanlin and ignore the other officials. He wouldn't let them down. Qiansu said, "Since the enemy has spread the rumor that our army is running low on supplies and fodder, why don't we show them that the rumor will collapse on its own?" Yang Tao froze for a moment, then said awkwardly, "Our army's provisions are indeed insufficient. How can we show it to outsiders?" Qiansu smiled and said, "To confuse the enemy, it's nothing more than a deceptive method. It's fine as long as it can calm people's hearts." They were indeed out of money and food, but it didn't stop them from faking it. Thus, on the second day, A 1,000-strong grain transport team appeared on the street. Some of the wooden rice jars were carried on their shoulders, while others were piled on top of carts and pulled by people. The people were intrigued by the scene and craned their necks to get a closer look. Just then, a cook accidentally sprained his ankle, and the wooden rice jar on his shoulder fell to the ground. The opening was knocked open, and the food inside spilled all over the ground. The centurion lashed his whip on the cook's body. The cook cried out in pain and rolled on the ground. "Hurry up and put away the food. When will we be able to store this batch of grain in the granary?" The cook knelt down and begged for mercy. He hurriedly put the scattered food back into the wooden bucket, resealed the opening, and carried it back on his shoulder with the help of others. Whether it was the wooden rice jars on the cook's shoulders, or the rice jars piled high on top of the carts, they were all heavy. This could be deduced just by looking at the heavy footsteps of the cook and the wheel marks on the cart. The people who were watching the scene were speechless. Didn't they say that the army was so poor that they couldn't even cook? Where did all this food come from? This batch of food must be at least 10,000 don, right? Those rumors must have been deliberately spread by Lu Shi in an attempt to shake the army's morale. The people who said these things were all spies that Qiansu had arranged in advance. The surrounding people would only go along with them. After several batches of food were shipped, the rumor that Yang Tao was short of food was temporarily suppressed. When Feng Zhen heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Yang Si laughed. "I wonder who came up with this idea. It's really bold. Isn't he afraid of being exposed in front of everyone?" If Feng Zhen and the others had received the news in time, they might have sent people over to cause a ruckus and knock over the wooden rice jars. They wanted to see if these jars full of rice were filled with real food. What a pity! Yang Si and the others found out much too late. Yang Tao had already suppressed the rumors. Feng Zhen said, "If Yang Tao is afraid of even this little risk, we don't have to fight with him, lest we lower our standards." No scheme was truly unsolvable or flawless. Even the best plan had a certain amount of risk. Qiansu could react in such a short time. Who could say that he didn't do a good job? Yang Si laughed. "If there's a chance, we must recruit this person and make him collude with Zixiao." Wei Xi was good at manipulating public opinion, and Qiansu was also good at crisis management. With the two of them working together, they could even clear their name. Feng Zhen said sarcastically, "If Yang Tao doesn't fall, do you still want to recruit people who are useful to him?" Yang Si said, "Then we'll think of a way to make Yang Tao fall." Feng Zhen said, "Yang Tao's weakness right now is the provisions, military supplies and horses. The latter are easy to deal with, but the former is not easy to deal with." Calculating the time, there was still some time before the autumn harvest. Feng Zhen wanted to make a big bet. Yang Si asked him, "What are we betting on?" Feng Zhen said, "That Yang Tao's provisions won't last until the autumn harvest." Previously, when the aristocrats were throwing flirtatious glances at them, a few aristocrats who owned countless fertile fields revealed some key information. Yang Tao had sent people to borrow provisions from them, and the amount was quite large. These aristocrats were also shrewd. They knew that the so-called borrowing of provisions could not be returned. They didn't think highly of Yang Tao, so they simply refused. In order to win Feng Zhen's trust, they used this matter to belittle Yang Tao. Yang Si understood Feng Zhen's plan. "You mean to lure Yang Tao's troops to intercept the provisions?" Feng Zhen nodded. "That's exactly what I mean," Yang Si said. "There are many shrewd people under Yang Tao's banner. They may not be easily fooled." Chapter 1554. Really? Yang Si suddenly understood Feng Zhen's plan. He was secretly shocked at how daring he was. "If the Lord finds out about this, who knows how she'll punish you? Aren't you afraid that she'll come after you?" "There's no need to worry when there are too many debts. I already have one on my back anyway, so I'm not afraid of another." Feng Zhen laughed shamelessly, looking completely fearless. "If the Lord really wants to punish me, that'll be in the future. Maybe by then, I'll have made a great contribution, and will be able to atone for my crimes." Yang Si couldn't help but roll his eyes and scold him with a smile. "Outsiders call you a prodigal son. You really live up to that title. For joy, one should do it in time. How can one wait? Fengzhen looked as if he didn't understand him and said casually, I do whatever I want. Why should I be burdened by a false reputation? A prodigal son is a prodigal son. What's wrong with being a prodigal son? Do you think I'll lose a piece of flesh just because someone else says a few words? Yang Si shook his head secretly. Had Feng Longzi been provoked silly by Yan Lin? Why didn't he even bother to cover up his embarrassment? What do you plan to do? Fengzhen thought for a while and said, It's not difficult, but we still have to get General Fu's approval. Otherwise, he planned to let those fence-sitters get the real information about the rations. If that was the case, he had to discuss it with General Fu Wang. Otherwise, people who didn't know better would really think that Fengzhen was a spy sent by Yang Tao. Fu Wang calmly listened to Fengzhen's plan and rejected it expressionlessly. I don't agree. It's too risky. Fengzhen said. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Fu Wang sneered. I'm a wild wolf, not a worm. I won't do that. Whether it's the location of the granary or the route of transportation, it concerns the survival of our army. Of course, it can attract the enemy to bite the bait, but if something goes wrong, it will undoubtedly put our army in danger. Tricking the enemy's elites into coming to their deaths was Fengzhen's most ideal assumption. But if something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to kill many enemies and instead give the enemy a chance to burn the granary. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? They had just suffered a defeat. If something went wrong with the granary again, would Fengzhen be able to shoulder the blame alone? No matter how much the Lord protected Fengzhen, a military punishment was inevitable. Fu Wang continued. Has military advisor ever thought about this? Our army has just dealt with the Zhao family and exterminated them on the grounds that they were opportunists who betrayed us and presented us with a fake Great Universal Map. With this as an example, we should be on our guard against the landowning nobles who seek refuge with us. Where did they get their hands on something so confidential? Yang Tao's subordinates are quite shrewd. How could they not be able to see this? No matter what, Fu Wang would never agree. Although it was the duty of a strategist to come up with strategies, it did not mean that they were brainless boors. Fu Wang's duty was to command the entire army. He would listen to the military counselor's suggestions if he could, but he would reject them if he couldn't. Both sides would discuss and decide. Obviously, this was the second case. Fu Wang rejected Fengzhen's suggestion. If Fengzhen still wanted to persist, then he could only try to convince Fu Wang one by one. Fu Wang's worries were not without reason. He had also pointed out Fengzhen's flaws, so Fengzhen could only choose to compromise. After a round of discussion, they finally reluctantly agreed. At this moment, Fu Wang acted like a hands-off boss and said, You should personally write a secret letter to inform the Lord of this matter. I will not bear the responsibility for you. He was bold and careful, but he did not like to court death. One look and he knew that Fengzhen's plan would be scolded by the Lord. Fu Wang did not want to bear the blame for Fengzhen. Fengzhen could only smile bitterly and write a letter. He wrote down every detail of the matter, sealed it, and sent it to Jiang Pingji. Yang Si snickered and said, Guess how the Lord will react when she sees it? Fu Wang said sarcastically, Most likely she will think that her ill-fated bronze table is the truth. Yang Si deliberately spoke loudly. Haha, General Fu really understands the Lord. It's a pity that the table will suffer for Feng Longzi. Fengzhen said, Forget it. It's a blessing that the broken table can suffer for others. His Lord's hand strength was terrifying. She could even leave a clear palm print on a specially made bronze table with one slap. If that slap had landed on him, he would definitely have died on the spot, and would have ended up in a funeral. Fengzhen had a clear understanding of his own strength. Fortunately, the Lord was far away at Zhanjiang Pass. Otherwise, Feng Longzi would not have dared to act so recklessly. After agreeing on the plan, the rest was naturally to devise a layout. Fengzhen carefully selected and finally found a very suitable aristocratic family, the Qiu family of Zhangzhou. Yang Si took a break to check on Fengzhen's progress, and found that he had already chosen a scapegoat. What does the Qiu family have to say? Fengzhen smiled wickedly. The Qiu family does not have a high status in Zhangzhou. They have an undeserved reputation, but they are not even as good as an ordinary poor family. The poor family was a nouveau riche and landowner with no official career. They had no power, but they had money. Although the Chiu family was an aristocratic family, their most glorious period had long passed. Their current standard of living was not even comparable to that of a poor family. They barely survived by relying on the favors left by their ancestors. Yang Si took a closer look, and did not find anything special about the Chiu family that was worthy of Fengzhen's attention. Fengzhen said, "You don't know this, but the current leader of the Chiu family has a mistress. Because he was afraid of the mother, he did not dare to bring her back to the family to raise her. In the end, he gave the baby girl to a rich family he was familiar with. Many years later, the daughter met a young ranger with the surname Yan. It was love at first sight, love at the second meeting, and love after 3 meetings. The two of them were a match made in heaven. Guess who this young guy is?" Yang Si guessed. Considering their age, that ranger with the surname Yan, is he Yan Lin's elder? Fengzhen said, "He is Yan Lin's biological father." Yan Lin's ancestor had a good life, but his family was small and did not have a high status in Zhangzhou. Many aristocratic families who knew the truth scoffed at the fact that Yan Lin's father had married a mistress. Oh, I forgot to mention that the mistress's mother was a famous courtesan in Zhangzhou. Seeing as her best years were about to pass, she hurriedly redeemed herself and became someone's mistress. She put on a good show of keeping a mistress in a golden house, and even gave birth to a daughter. Of course, this was old news. Other than a few old people, the young people today did not know about this gossip. Yang Si asked, "How do you know about this?" Fengzhen laughed. "Of course, my former confidant told me. That courtesan's experience was envied by many prostitutes. Most prostitutes had a hard life. To them, if they could escape the mire while they were still young, they would at least have a home. Even if they had to become someone's mistress, their only daughter could marry into an aristocratic family as the daughter of a rich merchant. Who wouldn't be envious?" Yang Si asked, "You plan to use the Chiu family?" Chapter 1555. If that's the case, why would the head of the Chiu family be Yan Lin's biological grandfather? Yang Si had an indescribable expression on his face. If it weren't for Fengzhen, who was a gossipy person, this relationship would probably never see the light of day again. Both the Chiu family and Yan Lin care about their reputation. The head of the Chiu family is willing to risk everything. But do you think Yan Lin would like the Chiu family? Fengzhen sneered. Yan Lin is not stupid. How can he not know what kind of person the Chiu family is? If he accepts them as relatives, wouldn't his mother be the daughter of the Chiu family's concubine? Not only is she the daughter of a concubine, but she is also the daughter of a prostitute. Even if she has turned over a new leaf, her bloodline is still impure. If he doesn't want to admit it, she is still the daughter of a rich merchant. She is more upright than the previous one. Yang Si sneered. That's true. Fengzhen glanced at Yang Si. Seeing that he was not affected by the words daughter of a prostitute, he was not worried anymore. Even the daughter of a rich merchant can't marry a noble family, right? Yang Si knew that decades ago, the social atmosphere was much harsher than in troubled times. There was a clear distinction between the gentry and the commoners, not to mention the daughter of a rich merchant. Even marrying an unfavored son of a concubine from a poor noble family would be like reaching heaven in one step, let alone marrying Yan Lin's father. So Yan Lin's father didn't want the girl to be a concubine, so he found a way to hide her real identity. He even asked a good friend to take the girl in as his foster daughter. 2 years later, she got married as the foster daughter of an aristocratic family. Yang Si sighed. He is a man who is infatuated with love. For many men from noble families, if they fell in love with a girl from a poor family, they could take her as a concubine. Why would they worry about her? If the girl felt wronged, they could visit her more often and give her more gifts to please her. To marry a girl from a poor family, the wanderer Yan had put in a lot of effort. Fengzhen said, "Deep love does not last long, and extreme intelligence does not last long." Yan Lin's father had both, so he did not live long. A short sentence had washed away Yang Xi's sorrowful feelings of spring and autumn. Did the Chiu family not react? Even if the Yin family's status wasn't high, the Chiu family was still a weakling. It was better for the two families to work together than to fight alone. Fengzhen laughed coldly. How could there be no reaction? Unfortunately for them, they were rejected by Yanlin and his son. In fact, Madame Chiu also wanted to recognize Yanlin as her grandson. Even if she couldn't, the two families could establish a friendly relationship and visit each other during the holidays. Who would have thought that Yanlin's father would fall in love with his wife? He would never allow anyone to hurt her. If she recognized Chiu as her relative, wouldn't that mean that her mother was a prostitute who had been raised by the head of Chiu's family and couldn't see the light? Yang Xi nodded as he listened. He was thoroughly enjoying this big melon of the aristocratic family's scandal. He didn't expect such a good man to exist in the world. He was even rarer than a national treasure. If he were Yanlin's father, he wouldn't be able to do what he did when he was only 17 or 18 years old. Even if he met a girl that he liked, it was precisely because they couldn't do it that they admired those who could. Fengzhen said, "The Chiu family has been in dire straits these past few years. They don't have much money left, but their children are running away one after another. The more they have children, the poorer they are, the more they have children. Not to mention the side branches, even the main branch is doing the same. The large family has become a huge burden that they can't get rid of." On the contrary, Yanlin has become Duke Yangtao's most trusted confidant, and is often entrusted with important tasks. Madame Chiu is jealous, and afraid. Yang Xi was confused. Afraid? Fengzhen said. Afraid of silencing them. They are afraid that every day that Yanlin oppresses them, they will never have a chance to make a name for themselves. Yang Xi almost laughed at Madame Chiu's words. He opened the golden fan in his hand and covered his gloating smile. I'm afraid that Yanlin doesn't care about them at all, let alone killing them. They have too many tricks up their sleeves. Yang Xi knew himself very well. He knew that he and Yanlin were two different kinds of people. The former was the kind who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He didn't care if his enemy was a noble or a commoner. If they offended him, they would have to pay the price. The latter was different. It wasn't right to say that Yanlin didn't care about anything, but he really didn't care about the barking of an ant. What was the difference between Madame Chiu and an ant in front of Yanlin? There was a huge difference in their status. If nothing went wrong, they would never meet again. How could Madame Chiu be afraid of Yanlin oppressing them? Fengzhen laughed. No matter what, despicable people like Madame Chiu are the puppets we need. It's the best way to kill people with a borrowed knife. Yang Xi closed the golden fan and played with the jade pendant. Take it easy. Don't capsize. He rowed his boat not by oars but by waves. But a big wave could capsize. Didn't Fengzhen capsize once before? On the other side, the unlucky Madame Chiu, who was targeted by Fengzhen, was also uneasy. Yanlin made Fengzhen suffer a great loss. Then Fengzhen spread rumors, but it was easily resolved. In the eyes of outsiders, the whole situation was in Yang Tao's favor. This news was like a shot in the arm for Yang Tao's fans, but it was a bolt from the blue for the fence-sitters who couldn't help but join the enemy. These days, Fengzhen had been deliberately avoiding the public eye. They were even more anxious. At this time, Qiu Shi and the others had finally gotten a response from the countless favors they had gone through. The best way for gentry to keep their status and reputation was to become an official. With power, money and influence were not far away. Seeing that Yang Tao was dying, they hurriedly joined the enemy. They tried their best to find a way and recommended themselves to be put in an important position. However, Jiang Pingji's side was harder to deal with than Yang Tao's. There had been no news about her. Now that there was finally news, it should have been a good thing to be happy about, but they couldn't smile. First, the job they got was to go to the front line. It was too dangerous. They could lose their lives if they weren't careful. Second, the status of the job was too low. There was limited room for promotion. It was basically a job to send people away. Third, the scales of victory were tilted in Yang Tao's favor. They were also shaken. They questioned the correctness of their previous action of climbing the wall. They didn't know that the kind of lord was like the kind of minister. Fengzhen was also an old hand at fishing. In order to further intensify Madame Chiu's determination to defect, he secretly played many small tricks. Father, I thought Lu Shi was destined to fail. The son of the leader of the Chiu family was about to go crazy from being tortured by his superiors. He felt humiliated when he thought of the face of a villain who was intoxicated by success. Old Master Chiu asked, "Did you suffer again today?" His son felt wronged. For the past few days, his superiors had made things difficult for him, picked on him, and humiliated him. He was about to collapse. Chapter 1556. If Fengzhen wanted to plot against Lady Chiu, he wouldn't do it himself, lest he expose himself. All he had to do was send someone to instruct his superiors to deliberately make things difficult for him. And that was enough to incite the other party's resentment. Chiu Shi was originally a person who was sitting on the fence. Seeing that Yang Tao's chances of winning were getting bigger and bigger, while she was being suppressed everywhere, her mentality suddenly became unbalanced. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to seek refuge with Lu Shi. Old Master Chiu's son was called Chiu Meng. Because he was an old man, he was very doted on by others. Because of this, he developed an arrogant character, and could not tolerate the slightest grievance. Moreover, he was the one who had been criticized the most. One could imagine how angry he was. If I stayed with Yang Tao, at least I could secretly borrow Yanlin's power. Maybe. Before he could finish, Chiu Meng was glared at by Old Master Chiu, scaring him so much that he swallowed back whatever he was about to say. There's no turning back. What's the point of saying all this now? Old Master Chiu's hair and beard were all white. His face was old, but his skin was ruddy. One look and anyone could tell that this old man had lived an exquisite life. Father, we have to think of a way, Chiu Meng said hurriedly. Lu Shi can't defeat Yang Tao, and they are in a stalemate. He will definitely withdraw his troops. Now that Yang Tao had a chance to catch his breath and recuperate for a few years, he would definitely be in a different situation. In addition, Lu Shi's subordinates were all from poor families, and even commoners who were not worthy to be mentioned in public. How could they be willing to help their sons? You kept suppressing your son. How could your son endure such grievances? Old Master Chiu had been worried about this matter recently, and his son's words made him even more upset. Jiang Pingji favored the poor too much. In the eyes of the gentry, it was like squeezing the cake that belonged to the gentry. It was indeed not pleasing. The gentry had always thought of themselves as more valuable than the commoners, and it was a great humiliation for them to be on par with each other, not to mention being under someone else. Old Master Chiu said grumpily, "What do you say then? Could it be that he had to rely on Yang Tao again? This is courting death." They had just betrayed Yang Tao and thrown themselves into the arms of the enemy. If they turned back now that the situation was not good, they would not be able to please either side. Just look at the Zhao clan. They were obviously used by others, and in the end, their entire clan was annihilated. Old Master Chiu didn't dare risk it. Chiu Meng said, "Why not? If we perform a meritorious service for Yang Tao, not only will we be able to leave Lu Shi, but we will also be valued by Yang Tao." Old Master Chiu retorted, "How?" Chiu Meng looked around, and had the servants move further away. Only then did he feel at ease to whisper in the old man's ear. The more Old Master Chiu listened, the more shocked he became. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to drag the entire clan down with you?" "Father, nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I stay here, I don't know when I'll be able to make a name for myself." Chiu Meng's personality was greedy and reckless. He could be considered a person blinded by greed. His every move and thought process were all within Fengzhen's calculations. He said, "How can adding icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? As long as we help Yang Tao defeat Lu Shi, wouldn't the benefits be better than wasting our time in Lu Shi's camp?" Old Master Chiu was hesitant. Compared to his youngest son's selfish thoughts, he had more to consider. They were born and raised in Zhangzhou and naturally belonged to Yang Tao's camp, but in the end, they sided with Jiang Pingji. For Yang Tao, this was a betrayal. Since ancient times, which feudal lord would tolerate a fence-sitter who did not have a firm stand? Qiumeng had also carefully considered old Master Qiu's concern. He said, "What's there to worry about? We just need to get enough information to move Yang Tao and help him defeat Lu Shi. We can say that we sided with Lu Shi to gain her trust and make it easier for us to act. No matter how suspicious Yang Tao and the others are, they won't burn the bridge after crossing it. No. Even so, Yang Tao and the others won't trust us easily. No. Old Master Qiu was still hesitant, so Qiumeng used his trump card. Father, have you forgotten that you have a good grandson? Don't look at him for the sake of Buddha. Doesn't Yang Tao trust him the most? The good grandson that Qiumeng mentioned was Yanlin. At the mention of this grandson, old Master Qiu felt a little embarrassed. He had shamelessly proposed to recognize his grandson, but Yanlin had rejected him directly. Yanlin didn't even want to see him. Old Master Qiu had a temper. He had swallowed his anger and recognized the son of a concubine's daughter, because he wanted Yanlin to support his maternal family. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been willing to lower his voice to the descendant of a concubine's daughter. Who would have thought that Yanlin would go even further? Old Master Qiu was so angry that he almost died. From then on, he treated his grandson as dead and didn't want to talk about Yanlin anymore. Why did you mention that heartless ingrate? Old Master Qiu was furious. Qiumeng had to use his silver tongue to persuade the old man. Was a moment of pride more important than the family? Of course it was the family. Everything was within Fengzhen's calculations. It went so smoothly that it was unbelievable. Yangxi wasn't surprised at all, because he had seen through the Qiu father and son. Rather than saying that Fengzhen had set them up for death, it was more accurate to say that their ambition had pushed them into a dead end. The Qiu family was different from the Zhao family. When the Zhao family sought refuge with Jiang Pingji, they brought their entire family with them. Only the main members of the Qiu family had come. Therefore, it was more convenient for Qiumeng to send a message back. "What's this?" Qiansu said. "My lord, someone threw it here on purpose." Yang Tao read the letter over and over again and said, "It was signed by Qiumeng. Do you know him?" Of course, Qiansu had read the letter. He had investigated Qiumeng in advance, and was surprised to find that he had already sought refuge with Jiang Pingji. Yang Tao laughed. "That's interesting. He's under Lu Shi's wing, but he's still flirting with me. His stance isn't firm." Qiansu said, "What a greedy person." Yang Tao said, "Qiumeng said that they're pretending to seek refuge with Lu Shi. Do you think that's believable? I don't believe it anyway. Such a clumsy trick. Did they really think that he didn't have a brain?" Qiumeng also knew that he wouldn't be able to win Yang Tao's trust if he confessed openly, so he quickly wrote another letter. Yang Tao stared blankly at the second letter. He wondered, the Qiu family is Xiaoyang's maternal family? I've never heard of it. Qiansu also sneered. Maybe they're just trying to claim relatives. Even so, Yang Tao still sent someone to ask Yanlin, who was at the mouth of the river. Yanlin's expression changed as soon as he read the letter. He quickly wrote a reply. As a junior, Yanlin couldn't tell Yang Tao all the secrets of his elders, even if he was the lord. He briefly told Yang Tao about the conflict between him and the Qiu family. Many parts were vague, and Yang Tao didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Yang Tao then asked Yanlin, "Can this person be trusted?" Yanlin pondered for a long time and carefully analyzed Qiumeng's personality. He said, "Most likely. Qiumeng is blinded by greed. He probably saw that Lu Shi didn't put him in an important position, so he felt unbalanced and wanted to turn back." Yang Tao could tell that Qiumeng wanted to use Jiang Pingji and Yanlin as a stepping stone. Although it's true, we still have to be cautious. My lord, just believe half of it. Chapter 1557. Judging from Xiaoyang's reply, his relationship with the Qiu family is quite bad. Yang Tao curiously read the reply several times and sighed to his wife. Speaking of which, I don't seem to have heard Madam mention anything about maternal family. Is there a secret here? Yan Shuxian was playing with her son who was getting fatter and more energetic. Hearing this, she couldn't help but raise her head to refute. Husband, you're wrong. I don't have a proper maternal family. Of course, I can't mention it. Yan Shuxian held her heavy sun in one hand and shook the rattle drum with the other. Listening to the sound of the beads hitting the drum, the little guy in her arms stared at it without blinking, revealing his baby teeth. Seeing this, Yan Shuxian smiled warmly. Speaking of which, that's the matter of the previous 2 generations. Young Tao was surprised. Listening to Madame's words, the relationship between the Chiu family and the Yan family wasn't as superficial as bad. Madam, is it convenient for you to reveal something? Xiaoyang also said something, but the content wasn't clear. Yang Tao was a little embarrassed, as if he was ashamed of his curiosity. Yan Shuxian said, You and I are one. We're a family, so there's nothing to hide. She briefly talked about the love and hatred of the previous 2 generations, with an indescribable sadness in her tone. I heard that maternal grandmother was once a famous peerless beauty. Unfortunately, her life was wandering and she didn't have a good end in the end. Yan Shuxian sighed. Whether it's prosperous times or troubled times, it's always harder for women to survive than others. Old Master Chiu kept a courtesan outside as a mistress. Other than her face and body, what else could he want? A woman's best years were too short. Just like a blooming peony, there would be a day when it withered. When one grew old, one's appearance was gone. Not to mention keeping a man's heart, one couldn't even keep his body. Maternal grandmother was a typical example. Maternal grandmother had been a mistress for several years. At first, because she was still young, she was doted on. But after giving birth, her figure was out of shape, and her face wasn't as fresh and tender as when she was young. That fickle man got tired of her and gradually stopped paying attention to her. Her maternal grandmother had been raised as a talented woman since she was a child, but she had a delicate heart of sorrow and sorrow in the secular world. She gradually became depressed as her man alienated her, and finally passed away. Yan Shushua's mother had inherited her mother's good looks. She was famous for her beauty even before she reached marriageable age. Because she was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, her status was not high. As a result, many aristocratic families who coveted her beauty had lusted after her. If Yan Lin's father hadn't fallen in love with her at first sight, and spent so much effort to marry her, he wouldn't have ended up well. Don't forget, in this era, concubines could be used as gifts by the male masters to entertain guests. As someone else's concubine, if she didn't receive her husband's favor, she would have to go through all of this. Yang Tao listened attentively, one hand clenched into a fist and pounded the palm of the other, as if he had discovered some great secret. No wonder. At first, I was wondering why Uncle Yan's appearance was so ordinary, but how could his children be so beautiful and elegant? So this is the reason. Indeed, the parents' looks were still very important. Their children's looks were guaranteed. Yang Tao looked at his son carefully, as if trying to imagine how elegant he would be when he grew up. After a while, he said with certainty, "Madam, I was born so beautiful, and you are also the most beautiful woman in the world. When our son grows up, he will definitely be full of beauties when he goes out." Yan Shushua was speechless. Was this the main point? As long as you're happy, Yang Tao said. In that case, the Chiu family isn't a good thing either. Yan Shushua said, "It's not appropriate for me to interfere with the political affairs outside. Everything is up to you." Yang Tao said, "There's a guy named Chiu Meng in the Chiu family. He said that he defected to Lu Shi in order to cheat him of his secrets. Now that he has made progress, he plans to cooperate with me. I didn't want to believe him at first, but since he is related to Xiaoyang, I can trust him." Yan Shushua asked curiously, "Why? Is it because of eldest brother?" Yang Tao said, "I sent Qian Su to inquire, but no one knows about the relationship between the Chiu family and Xiaoyang. No one on Lu Shi's side knows either. From this, it's true that the Chiu family defected to Lu Shi, but it's also true that they plan to slip away and help us cooperate with him." Because there were too few people who knew about this old grudge, Yang Tao couldn't find out anything even after asking around. It was even more impossible for Fengzhen to know. Unbeknownst to them, the legend of the top courtesan was only occasionally talked about by the older generation in brothels, and the new generation strived for it. Who would have thought that Fengjin knew? Yang Tao continued. However, since Xiaoyang said that we can only trust half of the Chiu family's words, let's wait and see. Yan Shushua said curiously. I heard from eldest brother that most of the Chiu family are good-for-nothings. Not many of them are presentable. They defected to Lu Shi. With their abilities, how can they get a good position? In this case, their help to Lang Jun is limited. Yang Tao said. Chiu Meng is indeed useless. After defecting to Lu Shi, his position is also low, but it doesn't mean that he is useless. Yan Shushua didn't understand. Is there such a thing? Yang Tao said. Of course there is. Even though Chiu Meng is only a small registrar in charge of returning rations to the warehouse, isn't war all about fighting for rations? He was in dire need of rations. If not for Chiu Meng's letter, Yang Tao would have sent someone to borrow rations from Enchui. Enchui was a jackal, while Jiang Pingji was a tiger. Neither of them was easy to deal with. However, there was a saying that the enemy of an enemy was an ally. Jiang Pingji was powerful, and both Enchui and Yang Tao were thorns in her eyes. With the common threat of a foreign enemy, they formed a natural alliance. Yan Shushua obviously knew her husband's predicament. She smiled and said, if that's the case, our army's rations crisis can be solved. Yang Tao said, it's too early to say that. The Chiu family. Let's wait and see. If we can trust them, we'll do something big. Yan Shushua said, it's better to be safe than sorry. Lang Jun, it's not wrong to be cautious. At that moment, the fat son in her arms suddenly began to struggle unhappily. His little face scrunched up, and he punched wildly, looking fierce. Seeing that, Yang Tao immediately carried his son away. I'll hold him first, lest he wet your dress again. Before he finished his sentence, a dripping yellow liquid leaked out from the diaper, and the fierce little face also relaxed. I've never seen anyone with such a bad temper. If Yang Tao didn't have some family wealth, he probably wouldn't even be able to provide for his son's diaper. Yan Shushua couldn't help but laugh. Her dress wasn't wet, but her husband's clothes were unlucky. Yang Tao left his son to the wet nurse to change his diaper, and he went into the bedroom to change into a clean set of clothes. My lord, there's an urgent letter. When Yang Tao came out after changing, the housekeeper of the manor handed him a confidential letter. He opened it, and saw that it was a message from Chiu Meng. Qiansu asked, my lord, do you want? Chapter 1558. Yang Tao was calm, so was Fengjin. Chiu Meng was the only one who couldn't. He paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan the whole night. He waited from dusk until dawn. Once again, he asked the servant for information. He didn't expect Yang Tao to not send troops to intercept the grain. Old Master Chiu wasn't surprised. Instead, he scolded his youngest son. Yang Tao is one of the feudal lords. Look at those top-notch feudal lords. Which one of them is heartless? Old Master Chiu lectured his youngest son earnestly. Seeing him humbly ask for advice, he felt great satisfaction. He continued, no matter what, even if we have a relationship with Yanlin, it's not enough to completely win Yang Tao's trust. He will definitely wait and see for a while. Chiu Meng was dissatisfied. I know this too, but Yang Tao doesn't know how much risk I have to take to send him a message. The bigger the movement, the easier it was to be discovered. Once they were discovered, the Zhao family would be a good example. He risked his life to send Yang Tao information. Every opportunity was precious. Who would have thought that Yang Tao would still be so hesitant? Old Master Chiu shook his head. This is why other people are feudal lords, but you are still a step away from being outstanding. If you don't have some vigilance, you won't survive 3 episodes, understand? Chiu Meng was annoyed, but he didn't dare to talk back. He still needed this old man's support. After a while, Chiu Meng sent 2 more messages to Yang Tao, both of which were true. Because Chiu Meng was only a junior registrar, he was responsible for the first step of the inventory of the grain. At most, he knew where the grain fleet would pass, but he didn't know which granary the grain would end up in. He wanted to know more information, so he had to ask around in private. In order not to arouse the suspicion of his superiors, Xiaoming took great pains. Little did he know that all of this was happening under Feng Zhen's eyes. Fu Wang was a little puzzled. Is Yang Tao unwilling to take the bait? Or did he become suspicious? Feng Zhen said, "It's unlikely, but his appetite is too big. It's true that he wants to eat until he's fat." After enduring for so long, Yang Tao must be able to keep his composure, Yang Si said. "Then, shall we send more people to send tens of thousands more grain next time?" Feng Zhen smiled as he toyed with the object in his hand. His gaze was playful. "Wait a little longer. Now is not the time," Feng Zhen said. "Also, send more people to guard the Jingyang granary." Fu Wang was puzzled. Why? Could it be that their target was the Jingyang granary? Xiaoming can't get this information. Feng Zhen said, "Why can't I get it? Yang Tao and the others were born and raised in Zhangzhou." Our army had used different water routes to transport the grain several times, but the enemy could roughly determine which nearby places were more suitable to store the grain according to these routes. Yang Tao is able to keep his composure. Firstly, it's because Wan Shi's grain isn't enough to attract him. Secondly, he wants to find our granary and burn it all in one go. Fu Wang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. "I never expected Yang Tao to be so scheming," Feng Zhen said. "Don't underestimate anyone. No matter how outspoken Yang Tao is, he has been with Yan Lin for more than 20 years. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Even a pure white rabbit would be dyed black by ink." Yang Si laughed. "Maybe you're thinking too much," Feng Zhen said. "It's always good to be well prepared and cautious." Yang Si laughed in his heart. Once bitten, twice shy. Even a prodigal son like him would have such a day. On the surface, it seemed calm, but in reality, there were surging undercurrents. Both Feng Zhen and Yang Tao were secretly testing each other's limits, waiting for the best time to strike. As a chess piece in the game between the two sides, Xiaoming felt like he was playing with the two feudal powers in the palm of his hand. On this day, he delivered another piece of important news to Yang Tao. He said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If Yang Tao can't even grasp this piece of news, then he can forget about fighting for the world. He should just admit defeat. Why did he say that? Because there were 100,000 dawn of grain this time. Because the amount was too large. In order to prevent any accidents, the military counselor Yang Si personally led the troops to escort it. This was the most confidential of secrets. Xiaoming had used money to get the information out of the mouth of his drunken colleague. If Yang Tao was willing to launch a sneak attack on the grain team, not only could they seize 100,000 dawn of grain, but they could also capture Yang Si, one of Lu Shi's right-hand men. Yang Si had a good reputation in the southern territories. Capturing him and using him as a sacrifice would definitely deal a heavy blow to the enemy's morale. "Why do I have to go to?" Yang Si waved his golden fan, looking impatient. He wasn't Feng Zhen, he didn't like to court death so much. Feng Zhen said, "If you don't go as bait, I'm afraid that Yang Tao will ignore the grain and go directly to the Jingyang granary." Yang Si spat and said, "If you want to court death, go yourself. Why drag me down with you?" Feng Zhen smiled and said, "We'll share blessings and misfortunes together. When it comes to making a name for ourselves, you'll naturally benefit as well." Yang Si was speechless. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone who could use his colleague as bait and still make such a solemn vow. How shameless. "What about you?" Yang Si asked him. Feng Zhen smiled and said, "Of course I'll guard the Jingyang granary. Maybe Yang Tao, like my lord, likes to take the lead. If that's the case, we'll benefit greatly." Yang Si rolled his eyes. If Yang Tao was as troublesome as his lord, he didn't believe that Yan Lin would still indulge Yang Tao. "Why did you choose that night to make your move?" Yang Si asked another question, looking like he wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. "I saw that you've been reading the stars these days. Could it be that you've learned from that quack, Wei Zixiao, and can predict the weather and the direction of the wind?" "I was born and raised in Zhangzhou. Do I need to know how to predict the weather? Wei Zixiao is a quack, but I'm not." Feng Zhen suddenly smiled evilly. "Why did you choose that day to make your move?" because there will be thick fog on the river that day. It'll be perfect for our army to launch a sneak attack from the south, using the Jingyang granary and the transport team to attract Yang Tao's attention, then taking advantage of the thick fog to launch a sneak attack on his army. It was killing two birds with one stone. Yang Si was speechless. He was starting to doubt whether Yanlin had tricked Fengzhen this time, or had he dug up the graves of all his ancestors. This was too sinister. Was he planning to destroy Yang Tao's base in one fell swoop? What a beast! He thought that Fengzhen's use of his comrades as bait was already the bottom line. He didn't expect that he would even use the Jingyang granary as bait. On the other side, just as Fengzhen had predicted, Yang Tao accurately guessed the location of the granary based on the information he received. At this time, Yanlin, who had been training at the mouth of the river, returned. "Xiaoyang, you're back at the right time," Yanlin said. "I heard that my lord plans to lead the army yourself." His voice wasn't loud, but Yang Tao couldn't help but cower. "I'm worried about the generals." Before he could finish his sentence, Yanlin interrupted. "Generals have their duties. If they can't fight for my lord, what's the use of them? Are the generals so useless that my lord needs to lead the army herself?" Yang Tao's words were stuck in his throat. He said gloomily, "If that's the case, should I lead the army?" Yanlin asked him with his eyes. "What do you think?" Yang Tao was speechless. Chapter 1559. "Xiaoyang, what are you planning to do?" Yanlin stopped him, so Yang Tao gave up on the idea of leading the army. Unexpectedly, Yanlin put on his armor, which was rare. Yanlin said, "I will lead the army to intercept the food. Yang Si is cunning. We can't let him get away so easily." Yang Tao felt wronged. His friend didn't want him to lead the army, so he went alone. "I've known Xiaoyang for so many years, but you've never dressed like this before." Yang Tao and Yanlin grew up together. They were not biological brothers, but they were as close as real brothers. They knew each other very well. Even though Yanlin always wore a scholarly robe and looked like a gentleman, it didn't mean that the sword on his waist was just a decoration. Only a few people knew that even Yang Tao, a powerful warrior, had to be on high alert when fighting with Yanlin. Otherwise, he might lose. If Yang Tao wasn't so troublesome, Yanlin would rather be a scholarly general than a counselor. He wouldn't have to clean up Yang Tao's messes like this. If Yanlin hadn't put on his armor, even Yang Tao would have forgotten what he looked like in it. The armor that Yanlin was wearing was not brand new. There were traces of battle on it, and it gave off a fierce aura. Perhaps because of the armor, Yanlin's gentleness had been diluted. Instead, he looked more heroic. Hearing Yang Tao's words, Yanlin couldn't help but sigh. He didn't wear this armor often. Who was it for? If Yang Tao could save him some trouble, he would also be willing to go into battle in leather armor and become a general who opened up new territories, rather than a strategist who stayed in the rear to give advice. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing. To Yanlin, nothing was more important than Yang Tao's safety. "Master, it's getting dark. We can go now." At this moment, a soldier outside reminded the two of them. Yanlin glanced at the darkening sky outside and couldn't help but say, "My lord, guard the rear. Keep an eye out." Yang Tao asked, "Can they send troops to attack our water stockade?" Yanlin retorted, "Why not? It would be best if they could successfully intercept Lu Shi's rations, but if they couldn't, then they would have to burn them all down. Once the fire started, the enemy would definitely take action. If they can't save the granary in time, they can mobilize their troops to attack our water stockade. It can be considered a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Therefore, my lord cannot let down her guard tonight. Pay more attention." Yang Tao understood. He had always trusted his partner's words, so he naturally had no objections. "All right. I will increase the number of patrols to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. Xiaoyang should also be careful. Don't play around with your life." Yanlin valued Yang Tao, and Yang Tao valued his friends as well. "I'll prepare a banquet here and await your triumphant return." Yanlin cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." The army was divided into two groups. They had long since made preparations, and were only waiting for the order to pull the anchor and set sail. The wind is blowing from the southeast tonight. It looks like even God is willing to help our army. Yin Lin was sitting on the deck, trying to calm himself down. Beside him, two vice admirals were whispering to each other. Other than the soft chatter and the sound of the oars, there was only the sound of the southeast wind blowing against his clothes. Most of the soldiers under Yang Tao's command were good at swimming. They all grew up near the water and knew the area very well. One of the vice admirals was a native of the area. His family had been fishermen for generations, and they relied on God for their livelihood. Because his ancestors and parents had always taken him out to fish, he had learned a lot from them. Looking at the sky, he said, "It's not just the southeast wind. Maybe there will be fog on the river at around midnight tonight." Even though the fog would affect the sailing of the ships, it also served as a cover. The soldiers at the helm were all locals who were familiar with the area. They wouldn't get lost even if they closed their eyes, let alone the fog. In comparison, Jiang Pingji's soldiers were not as familiar with the river. Once the fog came, they would be like headless flies. Is there really going to be fog at midnight? The other vice admiral was obviously not as experienced as the other vice admiral. At that moment, Yin Lin, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his mouth. Yes, there will be fog. But judging from the weather, there will probably be some rain after midnight. For people who relied on the water for their livelihood, especially fishermen, it was a basic skill to distinguish the flow of the river and predict the weather to avoid hunting in stormy weather. Even though Zhangzhou's shipbuilding technology was not bad, humans were as weak as ants in the face of nature. The vice admiral was also surprised. He didn't expect Yin Lin, who was from an aristocratic family, to be so good at this. If it drizzles after midnight, then our plan. Yin Lin wasn't worried. They planned to make their move before midnight, and the rain after midnight. There was no conflict of time. When the rain came, the food that needed to be burned would be gone, and the food that needed to be taken would be taken. It wouldn't affect the overall plan at all. At the same time, Yangxi was bitterly being used as bait by Fengzhen. I really don't know what Feng Longzi is thinking. Did I steal his food or drink? How could he treat me like this? Yangxi couldn't help but sigh. He kept complaining to Fengzhen. Do you think I'll be able to lure Yan Xiaoyang here with me as bait? The vice admiral who was protecting Yangxi couldn't help but laugh. But he couldn't. It was painful to hold it in. When his cheeks were sore, the vice admiral suppressed his laughter and said, "If we can really lure him here, the military counselor will have made a great contribution." Everyone knew how important Yin Lin was to Yang Tao. If they could capture Yang Tao's #1 subordinate, the enemy's morale would plummet. Yangxi laughed. It's easier to dream about this. The vice admiral knew that Yangxi wasn't arrogant. As long as he didn't cross the line, Yangxi didn't mind joking a little. I remember that the military counselor said that he wanted to make more contributions and save more dowry for his daughter. Speaking of which, it was strange. They had never heard of the single military advisor Yangxi getting married, but everyone knew that he had a daughter. Yangxi said, "They changed the dowry." The vice admiral was speechless. Yangxi said gloomily, "My son's mother decided it. How can I go against her?" The vice admiral said, "The dowry is not bad. The military counselor's daughter can't wash hands and cook for others like ordinary girls." Because the status of female soldiers in the army was getting more and more important, many soldiers had changed their view of women. They didn't dare to underestimate them. As one of the Lord's confidants, Yangxi's child would also be an official in the future. His status wouldn't be low, so his marriage couldn't be like that of ordinary girls. Yangxi was even more gloomy. "My son's mother told me not to worry about this. She's wealthier than me. I can only hope to have another son." Jiang Nongqin was a general who led troops to war. She didn't need too many rewards and spoils of war. Yangxi couldn't even catch up to her family. She was obviously biased towards her daughter. She said that the eldest daughter had to follow her household register and her surname. In the future, when she had a son, her son would continue the family line for Yangxi. What else could Yangxi say? Of course he would follow her. Yangxi didn't even have a wedding. How could he object? Chapter 1560. Sai, let's not talk about these sad things. The more we talk, the sadder we get. Yang Si waved his hand and motioned for Si to skip this slightly painful topic. Smacking his lips, Yang Si felt a little thirsty and asked the deputy general, "Is there any wine in the cabin?" The general smiled and said, "How can I drink in front of a battle? Even if I support the military counselor, I can't break the law knowingly, can I? But there are a few baskets of lychees, which were picked yesterday. I heard that they are late-ripening fruits with small pits and a lot of pulp. Military advisor, do you want to try them?" Lychees were very rare. Although they were produced in large quantities, they were not easy to preserve. People living in the north rarely had the chance to eat such a delicacy. Even if one could eat it, the value of a single lychee was worth 1,000 taels of gold. For example, one could dig out the entire lychee tree and use a boat to travel north. It required a lot of manpower and resources, and ordinary families could not afford it at all. Of course, lychees were not expensive in the lychee production area. Yang Si laughed and said, "You're so smart. Why haven't I heard of lychees being delivered?" Si Jiang ordered his men to bring the basket of lychees over. The skin of the lychees was bright red, and there were scales protruding out. The quality was excellent. There are a lot of lychees in my hometown. My parents once planted them for the local rich. Si Jiang smiled and said, "Ever since I followed my lord, my parents, wife, and children have been living a better life. With the money I sent back, I bought more than 10 acres of lychee trees. It just so happens that this place is not far from my hometown. It would take 3 to 4 days to travel by land, but it would only take a little more than a day to travel by water along the river." Si Jiang was an honest man. He also knew how powerful his military advisor was. Hiding it from him would be courting death. Perhaps he would be disliked instead of pleasing him. He said, "I heard that the military advisor likes these things, so I asked my parents to pick some and send them over." When Yang Si was young, he traveled around to study, so he naturally went to the lychee production area to eat. This thing was really delicious. "How many baskets are there in the cabin?" Yang Si looked at the lychees. Each one was plump and attractive. It was obvious that they had been carefully selected and chilled using special methods to keep them fresh. He picked one up, and his fingertips were cold. As a cultured foodie, Yang Si peeled lychees differently from others. Su Jiang used his fingernails to peel off the outer layer bit by bit. Not only was it easy to dirty his hands, but the lychee water would also stick to his hands, making it dirty. He directly used his index finger and thumb to pinch the tip of the lychee, and used a little strength along the line of the lychee shell. With an extremely light sound, the outer shell of the lychee split open along the line, revealing the sparkling and translucent congealed flesh. The deputy general was still peeling, and Yang Si had already eaten too. "I've sent 15 baskets. Does the military advisor want one?" Seeing that Yang Si was quick and clean, Si Jiang imitated his movements, and sure enough, it was much easier. Cultured people were indeed cultured people. They were more particular about peeling lychees than ordinary people, and they also looked cleaner. So many. Yang Si thought about the lychees he had eaten during his study tour. The production of lychees was indeed not low. He smiled and said, "Leave a basket for Feng Longzi, General Fu, and the rest for the soldiers. How much are the lychees worth? You can report it to me." The deputy general said, "It's homegrown. It's not worth much." "That won't do. Nothing can be accomplished without rules." Yang Si said, "If the Lord knew, she wouldn't agree." Although it was homegrown, it didn't take time and energy to take care of the lychee tree. As the military advisor, he couldn't take advantage of his own soldiers. The generals in troubled times were all professions that put their lives on the line, so they couldn't be treated harshly. The deputy general couldn't dissuade Yang Si, so he could only accept his good intentions. Yang Si sent soldiers to distribute the few baskets of lychees to each ship, and after sharing them, each person only had one. He remembered that Xieze was also here, so he specially sent someone to give a small portion to Xieze. "If there are still lychees after this battle, let's go eat to our heart's content." The deputy general smiled and said, If so, then I really thank the military advisor on behalf of the local people. Lychees were indeed rare, but not many people could afford to eat them. The annual production was relatively high, so there wasn't much market for lychees in the local area. They could be sold for a higher price in other places, but this thing wasn't easy to preserve, and the cost of preservation and transportation was frighteningly high. Yangtze looked a little thin, but his appetite was not small. If it weren't for the fact that lychees were warm in nature, he would have eaten so much that he had to support the wall. Not long after, a small pile of lychee shells and pits had piled up on the deck. Time passed quickly, as if it was flying through one's fingers. Some fog slowly began to gather on the surface of the river. Yangtze said, Feng Longzi was right. Speak of fog, and there will be fog. Order the entire army to be vigilant in case the enemy comes. The deputy general immediately passed on the message. Military advisor, everything is ready. Xieze wasn't on the same ship as Yangtze, but he wasn't far away, so he could hear him if he raised his voice. Yangtze said, Yes, tell General Xie to be ready to defend against the enemy at any time. He didn't have a loud voice like Xieze's, so he could only let the deputy general pass the message on his behalf. If Yanlin and the others were here, they would find that there was something wrong with these ships that were transporting provisions. First of all, the appearance of the ships. Ordinary warships were the color of the wood, but Yangtze's ships were painted black. As for the ships, there was a thick and long hemp rope tied between each ship. One had to know that in order to ensure the mobility of naval battles and prevent the enemy from setting fire to everything, ships were usually not connected to each other. Did Yangtze make a fundamental mistake? Actually, it wasn't. Yangtze made this arrangement with a profound meaning. Today was the night of the first lunar month, and the night was extremely dark. There was a heavy fog at midnight, which could easily interfere with the enemy's vision. To ensure that the fleet's formation didn't fall apart, they were temporarily connected with thick hemp ropes. If the enemy needed to change the formation, they could cut off the ropes at any time. In addition, they had painted the surface of the ships black, which almost blended into the night and the river. If there was another heavy fog, not only would the enemy not be able to find them, they wouldn't even be able to find themselves. It was always more convenient to be connected with ropes. The grain and supply fleet followed the original route. As time went by, everyone's nerves were stretched into a tight line. They were constantly worried that the enemy would suddenly jump out. The deputy general said, Military advisor, it's getting late. You should go into the cabin and take a rest. If the enemy came out, they would definitely attack with arrows. If Yangtze stayed on the deck, he would be easily injured. Yangtze squinted his eyes dangerously. He put his index finger on his lips, signaling the deputy general to be quiet. Tell General Xie that if I'm right, the enemy will definitely ambush us in the water ahead. The deputy general couldn't speak loudly this time, so he used semaphore. Since the two ships weren't too far away, they could just barely make out the semaphore message. At the same time, Yanlin and the others were also on standby. Half an hour had passed, and the fog was getting thicker. Yanlin held the hilt of his sword with his left hand and frowned. Still not coming? Just then, he vaguely saw something floating on the water. Yanlin immediately ordered his men to fish for it with a fishing pole covered with a net. Lychee shell, the general said. How can there be something like this on the river? Yanlin said, The enemy is coming. Order the soldiers to prepare for battle. Chapter 1561. Of course, Yangtze didn't spill the shells into the river, but the soldiers didn't notice and spat them into the river. Not only did they warn the enemy, but they also misled them into thinking that Yangtze and the others were unprepared. After all, who would eat lychees when they were preparing for war? Were they overestimating themselves or underestimating the enemy? The deputy general said angrily, These people are underestimating us. Yanlin sneered and threw the shells back into the river. It's better not to underestimate them. They'll be worried if they're on guard. As time went by, the fog became thicker and the visibility decreased. Yan Lin sent some soldiers to sail along the river and followed the direction the lychee shells came from, but they couldn't find any trace of the enemy. The soldier came back soon and reported to Yan Lin. Yan Lin was surprised. No trace of the enemy? How come? Yan Lin recalled the lychee shells. The cracks were very fresh, so they must have been peeled not long ago. Judging by the time they drifted, the enemy should be nearby. How come they didn't find them? Something was wrong. While he was thinking, the soldier on the front noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be a dark shadow in the fog. The soldier rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. But when he looked again, the shadow didn't seem to be there. What was going on? Was it a ghost ship? The people who lived near the water would always hear their elders talking about the stories of monsters related to the water, especially in the water areas where water battles had taken place. There would always be fishermen who returned from fishing saying that they saw the shadows of the two armies fighting, and they could also hear the faint shouts of killing. When one person started the rumor would get more and more exaggerated. Eventually, it would become the so-called legend of the monsters. Obviously, this soldier was also one of the people who was poisoned by the stories. But soon he didn't have to worry about it anymore. As the shadow got closer, they could see it more clearly. It wasn't a ghost. It was the silhouette of a battleship. But it was too dark for them to see it clearly. When they saw it clearly, the enemy's battleship was very close to them. It was still speeding up. Before the first battleship could give the order to shoot, the enemy's battleship had already rammed into them. The ship shook violently and made a muffled sound. Enemy attack! The soldier shouted loudly. At the same time, he shot a flaming arrow into the sky, making a sharp ear-piercing sound. Xieze laughed. The military counselor really has a lot of clever ideas. With the hull of the ship dyed this color, the enemy didn't notice us until they were so close. With that, the warship crashed into the enemy again. The soldiers took the opportunity to throw the anchor onto the enemy's deck and rushed over. Water battles were mainly fought with bows and arrows. The soldiers used shields to block the arrows thrown from the enemy, while the archers used arrows or ignited fire arrows to shoot at the enemy's warships. The advance and retreat of the ships were all controlled by specialized boatmen. His lord had also brainstormed with the carpentry workshop and Navy Chief Commander Chi Kuang to design a heavy hammer that was specially used to smash the hull of the enemy's warships. Coupled with the shipbuilding skills offered by Mountain Ghost, their warships could be said to be armed to the teeth. Its defense was extremely good, and its destructive power was extremely strong. What it was least afraid of was a one-on-one confrontation. Because the enemy ship was close to theirs, Xieze immediately ordered the soldiers to smash the pendulums at the enemy. The enemy's first warship was brutally rammed several times. As soon as the pendulums were thrown, the hull of the ship let out an ear-piercing screech and a big hole suddenly appeared. Not long after the Vanguard warship clashed, their own soldiers rushed to the enemy's deck and killed a group of them. Xieze and his men had the upper hand, but Yan Lin's reaction was extremely fast. Countless fire arrows dyed with burning oil were shot at them. This is an ambush? Yan Lin's face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with terrifying whirlpools. He didn't panic. Instead, he immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare for a counterattack. First, they would use the fire arrows to force the enemy to retreat. The deputy general also said, "Military counselor, we have fallen into the enemy's trap." Yan Lin's face darkened. He didn't need the deputy general to remind him. Not only was there an ambush here, but there might also be an ambush at the granary in Jingyang, or at the water stockade. Thinking of this, Yan Lin couldn't help but clench his fists. He gritted his teeth and his masseter muscles. His anger was about to burst out. Qiu. He didn't know if Feng Zhen and Yang Si had used her, or if she was in cahoots with them to set Yang Tao up. Either way, he wouldn't forgive Qiu. Don't panic. Just listen to my orders and force them to retreat. Yan Lin's voice seemed to have the power to calm people down, making them feel safe. However, only Yan Lin himself knew that since the enemy had spent so much time and effort to set up this trap, they must have come prepared. At the same time, something similar happened at the granary in Jingyang. To prevent any accidents, Yan Lin arranged for an old general to lead a sneak attack on the granary in Jingyang. This old general was also Yang Jian's old subordinate. He had fought with Yang Jian for many years, and was very loyal to him. Not only was he loyal, but this old general was also humble and low-key. He would never rely on his seniority to learn from others, and was not ashamed to take advantage of his seniority. Yan Lin knew that he was steady and experienced, so he gave him the responsibility of the sneak attack. This old general didn't let Yan Lin down. As soon as he approached the granary in Jingyang, he noticed that something was wrong. Pass down the order. Everyone is to be on high alert. This old man feels that something is not quite right here. The young general who was assisting the old general said, "It looks normal. I didn't expect Lu Shi to set up the granary here." The waters around Jingyang were complicated. It was easy to hide, easy to transport, and close to the enemy's base camp. It was indeed safe. The old general said, "What do you know? I feel that something is wrong with the air above the granary. I don't feel at ease." The young general was upset. How could there be such a saying in a war? Despite his suspicions, the old general didn't order a retreat. Instead, he told his soldiers to be extra careful. When they killed the soldiers on night watch and rushed into the granary, the old general felt more and more uneasy. "Old general, this is not grain. It's all hay and black oil." The old general's face twitched. He shouted, "Retreat! There's an ambush!" As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers who had been lying in ambush crawled out of the ground and charged in from all directions. The thirsty archers fired arrows at the enemy, and some aimed at the dry wood and hay. "Retreat now? Tisk tsk tsk. It's too late." Feng Zhen opened his gold-sprinkled fan in a flirtatious manner. The fan covered half of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that were filled with intrigue. The weather was hot and humid in Zhangzhou. Coupled with the screams of the soldiers, it was unbearably hot. Only the cool breeze could make him feel better. "An eye for an eye. You made me suffer, and now I'll take it back." The two groups of soldiers didn't hurt Yang Tao much, but Chapter 1562. Fu Wang felt his nose itch and sneezed loudly. Qi Kuang thought he had caught a cold. "The river is windy outside. Why don't General Fu go into the cabin to avoid the wind?" Qi Kuang suggested gently with sincerity written all over his face. This made Fu Wang a little depressed because he didn't like to bully honest people. Why would a man be afraid of this little wind? I wonder who was talking about me just now. Fu Wang sneezed a few more times after he finished speaking. The tip of his nose was itchy and warm, as if his blood had rushed there. He guessed, maybe it's the two precious babies talking about their Awang. Awang was a respectful title for a grandfather, father, or father-in-law. In the previous dynasty, people used this colloquial term, but it wasn't popular anymore. However, some small places still kept this tradition. Huiyin was also affected. When she taught the twins to speak, she taught them to call Fu Wang, Awang. The children learned quickly. When Fu Wang heard the children call him that, all his grievances disappeared. Not necessarily. Look at the time now. The children should have gone to bed long ago. Qi Kuang was an honest man. Without hesitation, he shattered Fu Wang's fantasy and said straightforwardly, "I, on the other hand, think that it's more likely that Advisor Feng and Advisor Yang are talking about you. What do you think?" Fu Wang spat and said in disdain, "These two old foxes are probably up to no good when they talk about me." Qi Kuang smiled. "I think the two military advisors are good people. They treat their subordinates kindly, and rarely make things difficult for others. Civil officials and military generals rarely got along because their worldviews were different, and their areas of expertise were different. Military generals felt that civil officials only knew how to talk glibly, and were annoying. They liked to show off when they had a bit of knowledge in their stomachs, and liked to retreat when faced with difficult matters. They didn't have the spirit to work. Civil officials also felt that military generals weren't good. For example, they didn't use their brains when encountering problems, acted rashly, and dealt with things with violence. They fought and killed without thinking. In short, they were nitpicking. No matter how good they were, They would still make mistakes. These two groups had many conflicts and infiltrated each other. Thus, it was difficult for them to get along. Qi Kuang felt that he was very lucky. The people he worked with were all good-tempered and understanding. They didn't deliberately make things difficult for others. Fu Wang could be said to have seen through this conclusion. What's the point? Two old foxes. When scheming against others, they wouldn't even know how they schemed against them. Fu Wang had clearly expressed his disdain, but that was only in private and would not affect his official duties. Qi Kuang said, "Could it be that General has suffered losses before?" Fu Wang said, "Of course I have. Every time I think about it, I feel that the two of them are extremely detestable." Qi Kuang was even more puzzled. Fu Wang was a loner by nature and had an unruly personality, but he didn't like to cause trouble and offend people. How did he and Yang Si become enemies? How did they become enemies? It was like a child without a mother. It was a long story. Fu Wang did not intend to be a commander. He wanted to recommend Li Yin or Xieze, and take the time to arrange his marriage with Hui Yin. That's right, Fu Wang had shamelessly pestered Hui Yin for so many years, and he had finally convinced Hui Yin to agree. For this, he had even signed a series of unfair treaties. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Yang Si and the other man put Fu Wang on the fire to roast. He had become the commander of the expedition against Yang Tao, not an ordinary general. The matters at hand were not of the same level, and he had squeezed out all of Fu Wang's wedding time. If it was a coincidence, it would have been fine. But these two people were sincere, so Fu Wang could not be blamed for gnashing his teeth. Let's not talk about these two old foxes. Mentioning them will only ruin our mood and our good luck. Since Fu Wang had already made his decision, Qi Kuang stopped talking about Yang Si and the others, in case he made Fu Wang unhappy. While they were chatting, thousands of warships of various sizes had already sailed down the river, and were very close to the water stockade where Yang Tao had set up camp. In order to increase the success rate, these warships were painted black. Under the cover of the fog, they quietly approached the enemy. Of course, this was impossible. There were regular patrols outside Yang Tao's water stockade. When the warships approached, they would send out a warning. Even so, Fu Wang and the others had bought a lot of precious time. Yang Tao was still awake. He was waiting for news from Yen Lin while he was correcting military affairs. His brows were tightly knitted. At this moment, his sharp ears heard the faint sound of a rocket warning. "Did I hear wrongly?" Yang Tao murmured in a low voice. There was a flurry of footsteps outside the tent. "What is it?" The soldier said. "My lord, a large number of enemies are attacking us from outside the stockade." "Enemy attack?" The word jumped out. Yang Tao's nerves tightened. He recalled the words Yen Lin had left him before he left. There really was an enemy attack. Gather the troops and fend off the enemy. He didn't change out of his military uniform. He strode out of the tent and took down the weapon hanging on the rack. Outside the stockade, the warships were lit up. The enemy's warships were lined up in a row, as if they were going to surround the entire shore. The soldiers on his side were already busy. The sky was filled with fire arrows, dispersing the fog. The shouts were so loud that it hurt their eardrums. Fu Wang was well prepared for this sneak attack. He didn't give the enemy any time to react. As soon as he arrived, he launched a fierce combination of punches. Because of the southeast wind, Fu Wang and the others couldn't fight the enemy for too long. Otherwise, the fire would reach them. Fu Wang stood on the deck and killed dozens of enemies who tried to come over. He kicked the bodies into the water, and they floated to the surface after a while. Kill them and destroy their warships. The wind is not good for us. We can't fight for long. We should get ashore. Relying on their high fighting spirit, the soldiers rushed to the enemy's deck as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They ignored the spitting flames and directly engaged the enemy in close combat. Following the shouts, bodies of both sides fell into the water. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning. Qi Kuang commanded the navy to restrict and destroy the enemy's warships. Fu Wang ordered the archers to clean up the enemy. They worked together to break through the enemy's weakest defense line and take the opportunity to get ashore. The heavy hammers hit the enemy's warships. The warships were already surrounded by fire. One hit and half of them collapsed. Because they had the upper hand, the enemy couldn't gather in time. By the time the main army arrived, Fu Wang had already gotten ashore. Although there were no large-scale weapons like ballistae or catapults, there were many archers and shield soldiers who managed to stabilize the situation. The soldiers on the warships were much more relaxed. They relied on the height of the ship to avoid most of the attacks, and used the terrain to attack the enemy effectively. The soldiers under Yang Tao's command were indeed not a motley crowd. Their morale hadn't dropped much and their fighting spirit was still high. Fighting on three sides, Yang Tao was at a disadvantage. However, the Chiu family didn't know about this. They were still dreaming and didn't know that disaster had already arrived. In their dreams, the mansion was already surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. The centurion in the lead lifted his leg and kicked the door open. Chapter 1563. It was already past midnight. The entire Chiu residence had fallen into silence. Only the patrolling servants were still yawning on their night shift. At this moment a loud bang rang out. The door was violently smashed open, startling the night watchman. "Who are you? Who allowed you to trespass into my private residence? Guards, there are villains here." The watchman was a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His eyes were dark, sunken, and swollen. He did not look energetic at all. When the centurion sent his men to rush into the Chiu residence, he tried to stop them but was unexpectedly kicked away by the centurion. The centurion said, "Remember, no one in the Chiu residence is allowed to escape. If one escapes, you will bear the consequences." This was a death order from above. They had to take it seriously. No matter how the watchman called for help, they rushed into the residence. The watchman's call for help was effective. The patrolling servants heard the commotion and ran over to check on the situation, but they were captured and detained. The soldiers' violent enforcement of the law made a lot of noise. Several people who were sound asleep were startled awake. Although old Master Chiu was old, he did not change his fondness for beauties. He always wanted a wife to warm his bed. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. When she heard the noise outside, she immediately shook the disheveled old man beside her to wake him up, but he scolded her instead. "What do you want to do in the middle of the night? Not letting anyone sleep?" Old Master Chiu was very angry in bed. If he was in a bad mood, he would whip someone to death. Thus no one dared to disturb him. This new lady didn't know the rules. She was scared, but at the same time, she showed a timid and fearful expression. She was very nervous. Reporting to Old Master, "There seems to be an intruder outside." Old Master Chiu rose angrily and hurriedly grabbed his outer robe to drape it over his shoulders. When he got up, he kicked the woman in the chest. Although this old Master Chiu was very old, the strength of his kick was not weak. The woman almost fainted. Useless. As soon as he opened the door, several soldiers dressed in neat leather armor blocked the door, and looked like they were going to arrest him. Old Master Chiu had never seen such a scene. He was so scared that his limbs turned cold. At the same time, an unknown anger rose in him. "Who are you? This place is under the rule of the Lanting Duke. You bandits are committing crimes here. Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other and could not help but mock. "What the hell? Capture him. Don't let this old man escape." Not only was old Master Chiu in the room, but there was also a beautiful lady as pretty as a flower. When everyone caught sight of the disheveled old man's attire and the young lady's appearance, they could not help but scoff. He was already so old, yet he was still lustful and defiled a woman who was old enough to be his granddaughter. He was really shameless. Old Master Chiu's hands were twisted behind his back. He was in so much pain that the veins on his forehead were bulging. He shouted loudly, but it was nothing more than a warning and a threat. He was using Jiang Pingji's name to intimidate others. The soldiers' ears hurt from listening to them. A clever soldier looked around and saw a pair of blue underwear lying beside old Master Chiu's bed. He grabbed it, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into old Master Chiu's mouth. "You finally shut up. You've almost made me deaf." Seeing the situation, the lady who was captured could not care less about crying. Instead, she revealed an indescribable expression. When old Master Chiu was young, he did not control himself and contracted a minor illness that was difficult to talk about. As a result, he could not control his urine and feces in his sleep when he was old. That pair of cyan underwear was taken off after being soaked in urine. She was bought to accompany old Master Chiu. Not only was she to warm his bed and let him take advantage of her, but her other task was to help him change his dirty underwear to prevent him from flying into a rage when he woke up the next day. At that moment, someone actually stuffed it into his mouth. This was really TSK. Apart from old Master Chiu being captured, old Master Chiu's son, Chiu Meng, was no better. Old Master Chiu loved beauties, and Chiu Meng was no exception. He could not be away from women for even a day. Chiu Meng felt that he had made a great contribution to Yang Tao. In the future, he would have an easy time becoming an official. In his excitement, he was in high spirits and fooled around with his concubine for half the night. When the soldiers barged in, he had just fallen asleep out of exhaustion. He was a light sleeper and was woken up in no time. "What's the ruckus outside?" He nudged his concubine and asked her to get up and go outside to take a look. He went back to sleep. His concubine did as she was told. Unsurprisingly, she was startled by the soldiers who had barged in and let out a high-pitched scream. Chiu Meng was woken up by her. He grabbed something and threw it on the ground. "It's the middle of the night. Do you want to die?" Soon, Chiu Meng heard loud and heavy footsteps approaching him. "Who are you?" Chiu Meng was not old Master Chiu, who did not step out of his house and only cared about his health. He immediately recognized the identity of the soldiers. "We are arresting you. Do not resist. Otherwise, we will kill you on the spot. Please cooperate and do not make things difficult for us." His words were polite, but his actions were not polite at all. Chiu Meng was still in a daze when he was tied up and dragged out. "Why are you arresting me?" The soldier said. "We are also following orders." "Orders?" Chiu Meng's face turned pale. He quickly thought of the key point and his legs turned into noodles. Could it be? Chiu Meng swallowed nervously. Could it be that his secret actions with Yang Tao had been discovered? If that was the case, wouldn't his life be in danger? Chiu Meng thought of the exterminated Zhao clan, and his legs turned even weaker. If not for the soldiers dragging him, he would have fallen. These soldiers were indeed honest. They said that not a single person could escape. They even tied the wings of the two old hens raised in the kitchen and dragged them out. The centurion couldn't help but facepalm. Were the soldiers under him really not retarded? Put these people in prison and wait for the general and the counselor to come back for interrogation. Chiu Meng didn't believe it. He shouted, "You have no evidence. Why are you accusing people?" The centurion's left hand pressed on the hilt of his saber. His eyes were sharp and murderous, making Chiu Meng's heart tremble. Unexpectedly, the centurion was a cultured man. He said in a genteel manner, "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. You should reflect on yourself." Chiu Meng paled in fright. Old Master Chiu had also guessed it. He was so frightened that he wet his pants. The soldier sneered. What a pair of promising father and son. Everyone in the Chiu residence was locked in the prison. The originally empty cell was immediately filled with people, and there was even noisy background music. Chiu Meng and Old Master Chiu were locked together. Could it be that there was a leak somewhere? Chiu Meng tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He didn't know whether to comfort the old master or himself. "Father, don't panic. Once Yang Tao wins, they can't do anything to us." Old Master Chiu looked haggard and miserable, but he could only trust his youngest son. Chapter 1564. Bah, you're still lucky when you're at death's door. The jailer who was guarding Chiu Meng and his brother heard the conversation, and cursed in a low voice with a look of disdain on his face. Everyone in Jiang Pengji's camp knew that their lord rarely threw people into prison, let alone arrested an entire family. Once she did that, it meant that the people she arrested had committed an unforgivable crime, and were destined to walk out of prison alive. The older jailer glared at him. "Shut up. These people are still suspects before the general and the military counselor interrogate them." The third jailer didn't know the details and asked curiously, "What did they do to get locked up?" "Who knows what they did? The last one who was sent here was a traitor from the Zhao family. These people are the same as the Zhao family." The first jailer smiled maliciously and said in a low voice, "Maybe they're the same." Jailers often dealt with all kinds of crimes, squatting in the dark, damp, and cold dungeon to guard the prisoners all day long. Even a mentally healthy person would become mentally unhealthy after a long time. In order to relieve the pressure, many jailers developed a gossipy personality. "If that's the case, won't all of them?" He made a gesture of cutting his throat with his hand. The meaning was obvious. "If they really are traitors, we won't kill them to frighten them. Are we going to treat them well and keep them alive until the new year?" The prisoners' cries and pleas for mercy successfully drowned out the conversation of the jailers. The Chiu family didn't hear it. They were comforting themselves that Yang Tao would win. As long as Yang Tao defeated Fu Wang's army, they would be the heroes of the war. What they didn't know was that Yang Tao's army was also on the verge of collapse. First was Yan Lin's side. Although Yang Si was Feng Zhen's bait, it wasn't that easy to bite. All the warships were painted black, which made them invisible in the dark. It was as if they were in stealth mode and could sneak up on the enemy. Yan Lin and the others lost the initiative. By the time they realized what was going on, Yang Si had already finished his set of moves. The vanguard warships were robbed, hit, and burned. As soon as the battle started, they were overwhelmed by Yang Si's army. Even though Yan Lin managed to stabilize the situation as fast as he could, the fog around them was their biggest obstacle. It was hard to tell the enemy from their own side. Even though they had the same bugle or battle drum, their ships were still crowded together. They kept bumping into each other, and they kept bumping into each other. Yang Si's side was at an advantage. Because they were connected by hemp ropes, the distance between the warships could be roughly determined by the tightness of the hemp ropes. Even though their mobility was not as agile as individual combat, they would not make mistakes like fighting against each other. Under the fire, several enemy warships were burned. The flames shot into the sky like a dazzling flower on the river. Of the river, the firelight penetrated the thick fog and dyed it orange, as if it were a lighthouse illuminating the ships in the fog. Yang Si said with a smile, "This battle was really satisfying. All the anger that I've been suppressing in the past few days has dissipated." Yang Si wasn't the only one who thought this way. Feng Zhen, who had been the scapegoat for the defeat in the last battle, had a clearer understanding of the situation. Feng Zhen was the one who lost the last battle. He had a better understanding. Did they really think that Yang Tao and the others guessed that Jingyang had a granary because the enemy was too smart? No, this was all part of Feng Zhen's plan. The granary in Jingyang was also a bait that he had purposely used to attract the enemy. When the enemy took the bait, how could they let them go? Of course, they had to kill all of them at once. The enemy generals understood this too. There was no way they could break out of the encirclement because of the disparity in strength. They could only prepare themselves for a life and death struggle. Even if they had to die here, they would drag a few more souls down with them. The raging fire engulfed the entire Jingyang granary. The night sky, which had been dyed orange-red by the smoke, looked like colorful ink blooming in a painting. Stubborn resistance. Feng Zhen looked coldly at the movements in the Jingyang granary. The enemy was obviously planning to perish together with them. He wasn't a kind person. Since the enemy wanted to die, he would grant them their wish. They wouldn't be able to leave. I wonder how General Fu is doing. Seeing that the enemy couldn't do anything, Feng Zhen finally had time to worry about the situation on the main battlefield. If Fu Wang won, Yang Tao wouldn't be able to defend Zhangzhou. He would have to retreat from Dongqing with his remaining soldiers. Then, the whole of Dongqing would be in his lord's hands. If Fu Wang lost, Yang Tao would also be greatly weakened. If he could capture Yang Tao in one go, that would be even better. Feng Zhen was dreaming, but reality didn't always go according to one's wishes. Fu Wang led his soldiers to land. Behind him, the archers on the warships helped to clear the enemy. They quickly gained a foothold. Without hesitation, Fu Wang ordered an attack. The soldiers on one side were aggressive and full of fighting spirit. The morale of the other side was declining. They gradually distanced themselves from each other. With the help of the southeast wind, the fire spread quickly. Smoke rose. Under the violent destruction of Qi Kuang's navy, Yang Tao's water stockade quickly crumbled like dried twigs. The fire spread, burning the air, and turning the sky red like it was daytime. Yang Tao killed a few people in a row. His expression was so serious that water could drip from it. He was extremely regretful. He also knew that regardless of whether the information sent by the Qiu family was true or not, everything was within the enemy's calculations. They had fallen into a trap. In order to intercept the food, Yang Tao let Yan Lin and the old general take away many soldiers. The remaining people couldn't resist the ferocious enemies. Qian Su found his lord in the chaos and said hurriedly, "Lord, please retreat immediately." Yang Tao gritted his teeth, his cheeks trembling faintly. "How can we retreat at this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, a few more enemies came out of nowhere. Yang Tao swiftly cut off their heads. Yang Tao said stubbornly, "You don't have to persuade me. I know what to do." As the Lord, Yang Tao had a team of elite guards by his side to protect him. However, he saw that the situation at the front was critical and sent them away. Qian Su said, "My lord's safety is the most important. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Mistress and the young master." Yang Tao said, "I've already sent people to find Mistress and send her to Nansheng. We can plan later, but we can't lose this place for now." He wasn't a blockhead, but he really couldn't leave so many soldiers to die and become a coward. Even if he had to retreat, he had to lead the surviving soldiers to block the enemy's attack and retreat while fighting. "I'm not afraid of death." Chapter 1565. Be careful, counselor. The enemy's attack was too fierce. As time went by, the fog on the river became thicker and thicker. This was one disaster after another for Yan Lin. An arrow came out of nowhere. As soon as the guard opened his mouth, Yan Lin swung his sword and shot the arrow down without looking back. "Counselor, the enemy is too strong. We can't pinpoint their exact location. I'm afraid we can't stop them," Yan Lin said. "If we can't stop them, give the order to retreat. Order the badly damaged warships to hold them off." But if we retreat and we lose, how will we explain to our lord?" "I'll take responsibility. You don't have to worry about it." Yan Lin said coldly to the general, "The enemy came prepared. If we can't beat them, why don't we retreat? Are we going to regret it after we lose the lives of our soldiers? Give the order to retreat and return to the camp immediately." Even though Yan Lin had told Yang Tao to be careful of the enemy's sneak attack, the sneak attack that Yan Lin mentioned and the actual attack were not on the same level. According to Yan Lin's prediction, there weren't many enemies attacking the camp, and most of them were injured soldiers. They weren't a threat at all. But now they had fallen into the enemy's trap. The enemy had sent many elite soldiers to attack the water stockade. They had enough supplies and supplies. Their lord might not be able to hold the fort. Yan Lin knew Yang Tao too well. Yang Tao was like Yang Jian. He seemed warm and generous, but he was actually stubborn. If they didn't send reinforcements, Yan Lin was worried that Yang Tao would lead his men to fight to the death. It would be a great loss if they lost their lives for nothing. "What? Our lord also has enemies," Yan Lin said coldly. "What else? Fengzhen used the Qiu family to mislead us. Didn't he plan for so long just for this opportunity?" Fengzhen and the others knew that the Qiu family was up to no good, but they still held back their anger and waited until today to make their move. However, Fengzhen and the others' efforts paid off. Nearly half of Yan Lin's warships were destroyed. Many of the sailors were injured or killed. The corpses on the river could form a small island. "Go back now. Don't delay," Yan Lin said and closed his eyes. He seemed calm, but there was panic and worry hidden underneath. He was afraid that he wouldn't make it back in time. He decisively abandoned the broken battleship and used it to block the enemy's battleship, which bought him time to retreat. Because of the thick fog, visibility was very low. Yangtze also discovered that the enemy's firepower was not right as they were fighting. Only then did he realize that they had escaped. Yangtze snorted and clicked his tongue. Who's the one commanding the troops? How could he just leave without saying a word? Lao General smiled bitterly and pressed his hand against the wound on his arm. During the chaotic battle, he was careless and was shot in the arm by an enemy arrow. Although he lost a lot of blood, his life was not in danger. If they're going to retreat and run for their lives, why would they send someone to inform the military counselor? Why didn't you tell me? Yangtze said plausibly. Do you know who escaped? Si Jiang was stunned for a moment before he asked, who? Yangtze said with an expression that said, it's all military exploits. The military merits that belong to me escaped, and I'm not allowed to ask about it? The deputy general. He didn't know whether he should feel sorry for the enemy who had been turned into military merits, or be impressed by the shamelessness and invincible logic of his military counselor. He asked shakily, what should we do now, military counselor? Yangtze said, what should we do? Go after them. Can you bear it when a cooked duck flies in front of your eyes? Lao General shook his head. No. They went after them immediately. Unfortunately, there was a gap called dimension between ideals and reality. Ideals were great, but reality was too cruel. Counselor, the wreckage of the enemy's battleships and ours are all over the river. It's a serious hindrance to our army. Yangtze said, clear those wreckages. Quickly. The deputy general said again. Then should we cut the ropes connecting the two ships as well? If they didn't cut them, even if the wreckages were cleared, the battleships that were connected in a V shape wouldn't be able to pass together. Yangtze said, it's untied. Let's catch up with them first. Although Yangtze and the others moved very fast, they still couldn't catch up with the tail of Yanlin's army. They were not as familiar with the water as Yanlin's navy was. The fog was still thick, which would affect the ship's ability to tell the direction. Moreover, Yanlin and the others were retreating along the river. They had to open the sails, so they couldn't go too fast. It would be strange if Yangtze and the others could catch up. Seeing the cooked duck fly away and the military merits that were in his grasp disappear, Yangtze slapped his thigh and sighed with regret. He had hoped to ask the Lord for more rewards this time. He didn't expect that he would fail at the last moment. Could it be that he really had to live off a woman and wait for Jiang Shaowei to support the family and feed the children? Yangtze's regret was not over yet. When he heard that the commander of the enemy was Yanlin, his eyes almost popped out. Did he really manage to catch the big fish, Yanlin, with his meager effort? What a pity. The big fish was here, but he couldn't catch him. What a loss. Yangtze's resentment was almost materialized, but Yanlin was determined to return. The closer he got, the clearer the flames became. He didn't lead his men to fight Fu Wang's army head-on. Instead, he chose to go ashore from another shore. It was obvious that Yang Tao's men were about to die. The riverbank was filled with corpses. Most of them were Yang Tao's men, and the rest were the enemies. Yanlin put the torch near the river, and saw that the water had been dyed red with blood. His heart sank. Take some men to look for the Lord. If you see the enemy, warn them. Remember to stay alive. Don't force yourself. Yanlin and the others were in luck. They ran into many defeated soldiers along the way. After a few questions, he found out Yang Tao's whereabouts from them. Yanlin made a prompt decision. He took more than half of his men to support Yang Tao, and the rest of them drove the warship to the designated location. After today, Zhangzhou would be lost. Yanlin had to plan a way out for Yang Tao so that he wouldn't fall into the enemy's hands. If he could escort Yang Tao to the warship and leave for Nansheng, there would be a chance for him to rise again in the future. Yanlin's plan was good, but it depended on whether his enemy would give him the chance. This enemy was not only Jiang Pingji, but also An Shui, who occupied most of Nansheng's land. Yanlin and his men fought off a few scattered waves of enemies. After some effort, they finally found Yang Tao, who was retreating to the south. Greetings, my lord. By the time they found Yang Tao, Yan Lin's sword was full of blood. His armor was no longer shiny and clean. He was covered in blood. Xiaoyang, seeing Yan Lin, Yang Tao relaxed a little. He helped him up and said, I'm glad you're okay. Let's not talk about anything else. Yan Lin said, I didn't see through the enemy's evil plan, which put the lord in danger and the soldiers in danger. Yang Tao interrupted him. You have nothing to do with this. I can only blame myself for trusting a villain. Yan Lin had been training his troops outside. Yang Tao was the one who made the decisions for the Qiu family. He couldn't be blamed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.